You are live. Hi, everybody. This is Tuesday night. This is going to be a live video chat room, and we will be doing all kinds of fun stuff in here. Tonight is going to be arts and crafts for adults, and if you're watching this at a later time, you can zip through the boring parts to get through the fun parts and so forth and yada yada, whatever you want to do. But in the meantime, I will be interacting with the chat room, and we will be talking back and forth and goofing off as much as possible. We're going to be goofing off. So, the chat room will get in here in just a minute. As soon as I think I'm live.
Are you live?
I do, but I don't see anybody in the chat room yet. Oh. There's Joe. Joe's going to help me tonight.
Howdy.
And so let's see. Let me get on here and see what everybody else is doing. So turn this little thing down. Way down. Huh?
I don't need to do anything.
No, you're fine. Just sit right there. Let's see here. YouTubey. We get the YouTubey and then get the MeTubey. And there I am. I've invited Teresa to come on with me tonight. And she'll be here in a few minutes. And along with the chat room, I guess. So, we did get some happy mail. We're going to look at some happy mail. I got a new catalog yesterday. And I've got some cardboard. So I was watching Tanya and Lisa, and they've been doing a cardboard box. They used corrugated cardboard, and I decided to cut up this box. I had half a case of this stuff, and so I thought this would make a cute book, kind of like what they're doing. So I will be, I don't know where everybody is. Usually I have more in here by now. So I am going to tear this to size. Hi, Christy. Christy's number one. Yay, Christy. Go, Christy. Go, Christy. Hi, Christy.
Hey, Christy.
Thank you, honey. I was waiting for everybody to come in. It is Tuesday. So this is when I usually stream. I thought maybe I was off or wrong time, or it's hard to tell with me.
She thought she was in the future.
I thought I was in the wrong world. Hi, Candy.
Candy.
I was just over watching
Little sister.
Juanita at She Spins. It's her YouTube channel. She Spins, and she does a lot of. She likes to draw and do other things among her crocheting and yarn making. Hi, Connie. Hi there.
There's Connie Stanley. How are you, Connie?
Yeah.
Sharon Lombard.
So
Good to
anyway,
hear from you. See you.
I got some of this stuff going on here. We're going to make us a little book, just like Tanya and Lisa. And I've got some really good ideas for it. So this is the cardboard I've chosen, and these two are fatter than the rest. So these two are going to be my outsides, like that. So, hi Barbara. Haven't seen you in a week or so. Hi Barbara. How is it up in Canada? Are you cold? Are you warming up at all? Is anything melting? And there's Janet.
Yeah.
And Cheryl. Hi, Cheryl. Little sister crafting is Cheryl, our very own Cheryl. And would you click on that little gray, milky looking box beside me? It says Teresa down. There's two boxes there.
Teresa?
Click that one. And we've got Teresa. Hi, Teresa. There she is.
One in the lead. Teresa Church.
Our Teresa. She's right there. What's she got?
Oh,
let me see. Click the this right there.
Right, okay.
Click it.
Okay.
Say something, Teresa.
Something, Teresa.
Can't hear her yet.
No
Turn the
ear.
volume up. Teresa?
Hello, I hear you now.
Teresa?
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Right.
Hey.
No echo. Do we sound okay in the chat room? Does, can we? Do we
Am
sound
I
okay?
echoing? I don't have my headset on yet.
Okay.
Gotta find it.
Well, I don't. We may not echo. Let's try it. What you doing, Teresa? What you got there?
My
What you
phone.
got on your table right over there?
Oh, I'm working on mini journals.
Mini journals.
Mini
Okay.
journal.
We're
I've got
gonna
things I want to make.
make a cardboard
Before I
journal, just
drive
like
out.
yeah. We're gonna make a cardboard journal, just like Tanya and Lisa did. I got Happy Meal.
Are you?
And you might be able to use the Happy Meal on the box. And I also got this catalog.
Did you get Happy Meal today? Or did you get any meal today?
I don't know. This is a seed catalog. I highly recommend. It's got garden, lawn, farm, and wildlife, and it's the 2021 catalog, and it's ROHRER seeds.com. And I'm going to give you a little flip through. This is the first time I've gotten this catalog, and it's got some pictures in the back, and I like those two, the cow and the horse. I can use in my art. There's some more horses. There's a deer, and then there's a lot of flowers and things in here. But it does have a few choice pictures along with the seeds that you get, and it's got this little middle page that I like real well, and it's got some nice pictures. And there's another one in here. See if I can find it real quick. And it says something like bloom where you're planted or something. This one here, where flowers bloom, so does hope. I love that. And so that might go on, you know, one of our things, our pages. So I love this little catalog. It's got a few choice items in here. Carrots. You never know when you need a batch of carrots, especially since we're doing a lot of rabbits. So hi Kim. Hi Kimmy. Hi everybody coming in. So, Teresa, are you still with me?
No, I'm gone. I'm asleep.
She's with me. So,
Like,
anyway,
I'll get my needle.
this is a pretty cool catalog. It's got some, you know, it's got some things that I love this page too because we can use all of that in our art. So this is going to be a good catalog to have on hand. So that's my catalog for the day. So what's everybody doing in the chat room? There's 20 of you already. Did anybody get a hold of Laura, the Jersey Crafter? She was going to have a birthday party today. She and I started at the exact week. We started at the same time in the same week. And she was going to have some kind of a celebration today, but something come up and I don't think she came on. But she'll get y'all. She'll have a party. It may not be today, but it'll be soon. Cheryl's going to eat her dinner. Okay, sweetie. I understand. We'll see you in about a half hour.
Dinner, sweetie.
What's that, Treese?
I still have to cook my dinner.
She's got to put her dinner in yet. Okay.
It's cooked. I just gotta reheat it.
It's a cooking.
It's already cooked. I've just gotta heat it up.
Thank you, Hot Threads. It's my birthday too, and I'm 2 years old. I'm only two. I'm going through my terrible twos, you guys.
I'm 2 days old.
Laura couldn't come on, and all was good. She just had a delay. Okay, Janice, thank you. That's all. That's what I saw too. Okay, so she might just pop in here in a little bit, and if she does, we'll all jump up and yell surprise when she comes in, and we'll give her a surprise birthday party. Ooh, wouldn't that be fun if she came in? if 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 Laura Sullivan comes in or the Jersey Crafter, we're all going to jump up and go, surprise! I hope y'all can type that real fast. So anyway, this is going to be my new little cardboard book, and I'm going to end up putting some holes on the side, and I want to put my book together with wire. Yeah, I want to use wire if I can find my wire.
Are you getting wired tonight, Beth?
Huh?
Are you gonna get wired tonight?
I'm getting wired up. I am. Can't even find my wire. I've got it. I've got it in one of my snippet boxes. I know where it's at. But we can still decorate the
In the
pages.
big box.
We're going to decorate the pages anyway. So there's a lot of red, and I'm going to probably paint or paper over all of that. So I'm not going to put it directly together, but I used an instant brown rice for my front and my back covers. So anyway, we'll put some of this happy mail that I just got on some of this. I got Nettie sent me some happy mail, and she's so sweet. I don't know why she was thinking of me. She put some really cute stamps on my thing. It's like a sticker. Isn't that cute? It's got a clock on it. It's really nice. It's a sticker. And this is a sticker. Looks like stamps. And look, there's a rabbit. Oh goodness. But anyway, she gave me this, and they're napkins. So I thought we would decorate my book with some of these, and they're really, really nice napkins, guys. Really, really nice. And she sent me some little ephemera in here, some butterflies, and then she sent me a bag of. I think these are like what do you call it when you say something and the box points to your head, or there's some kind of little stickers tabs or something. But anyway, they're cute, and so we can use these in the book for tabs. So that'll be good. Huh?
It's called a chat bubble.
A chat bubble, exactly. And she sent me a whole bunch of cutouts of these butterflies. So we're going to put these all through the book too. And I'm going to keep them all in this little bag for safekeeping. And then she sent me a card, and it's cute. It's got some bees on it, and it says "just for you." So we'll probably put this in the book as well. And then some stickers that say love. She gave me a whole slew of these love stickers. So there's a whole bunch of these. So we could put those throughout the book as well. Butterflies and love hearts. And this card, I love this card. And look, see the bee? It's on a pop-up. It's popped up off the page. Isn't that cute? I love it. So we'll save these to put on the page, and we're going to use some of these napkins right now. Right now, I tell you. So Teresa's going to hang out with me tonight, guys. So is there any questions you'd like to ask Teresa? Have you been filming? Did you stream this week?
I did.
You did?
I streamed yesterday.
You streamed yesterday?
Yes, I showed how to make my little books, my mini journals.
Out of the pop cans?
This one I made yesterday.
Okay. And does anybody else want to make a little cardboard box with me tonight? All you need is some cardboard or cardstock even. Cardstock would be good.
Everybody should have a box somewhere, huh?
Something. It could be a shirt box, a gift box. It could be a brown paper bag.
Box.
Shoe box. Any kind of a box. Box lid.
like you get the mail in, somebody sent you some happy mail or something in
Yeah,
there.
it could be a thick envelope.
Oh,
Uh,
and
I've
Amazon.
I've
Amazon
just used
boxes galore.
food cardboard, from the kitchen. And I've got, let me see how many pieces I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So there's only going to be 8 pages, and there's going to be a front and a back to my book. So that's 10 pages in all, 10 pieces in all. You can make 5 or even 3. You don't have to use as many as all the things that I use. But I do think it would be cute to decorate it with some of these napkins. So I'm just taking the uh, the backs off of my napkins. But isn't that cute?
Rebecca, I'll be honest with you. I had a very old Jewish man tell me it was the rooster that came first.
Oh,
He said to tell anybody that asked you, was it the chicken or the egg? Tell him it was neither one. It was the rooster.
beep 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 beep. I'm going to beep her.
What are you beeping me for? Rebecca asked me.
I did watch Rebecca today, and she was she was making some really good reverse collaging uh, on her page today. It was really cute,
Thank you very
and I did try to get on that recycle bank. There's a recycle bank, and they recycle things on in this recycle bank, and it's originates out of New York somewhere, and they have this bank of recycled stuff, and one of the things is magazines. So you click and watch these little videos to earn points, and then when you get enough points, you can buy an old magazine, uh, and they'll give it to you for free. So I did that for like a half hour, and then I realized, it kept saying I should get a confirmation number, in my email. So I went to my email to get the confirmation number, and I couldn't find the confirmation number. So I finally went back into my settings on the site, the recycled bank settings, and my email was misspelled. So I corrected the spelling and clicked save, updated my records. But apparently it takes 24 hours for it to kick in because I still couldn't buy anything, even though I had enough points. I was going to get the Cosmopolitan magazine, but I'll have to try it again tomorrow. Hi, Tammy. Hi, Janice. Hi, everybody coming in. Sharon and Rebecca. So, how's everybody doing tonight? Everybody doing okay? Look at this cute napkin. Nettie sent me some Happy Mail, and I'm going to try to put some of these in my cardboard book that I'm making. So I have to take the backs of the napkins off, and these backs will be used for cleanups in my art. They won't go to waste. Free paper towel. It's a free paper towel. So, and Teresa's over there working on one of her mini books that she made out of a Coke can, and I see the silver, and she put the whole back of it through her Big Shot and embossed the cover of her little book, and it looks really cute. So anyway, let's see. I have been cleaning my room today. That's pretty. That's pretty. And I did get about 4 boxes repacked, and I emptied out two big bags of stuff that I had laying around in here, and I put them where they belong. I cleaned up 2 big bags, but I'm still not anywhere near finished. But at least I did that much.
I didn't do that much.
If I could just get one corner done, I would be tickled to death. But I'm not going to hold my breath. Just not going to do it.
Hi, Tammy.
So, what else is going on? What did you do today, Teresa? Did you do
Um, Not a whole lot. Um, Not a whole lot. I've been working on my husband's quilt. But I haven't gotten a whole lot done because Gizmo likes to lay on it whenever I put it in my lap.
Uh-huh.
The quilt that my daughter or our daughter bought him many years ago. She was about 9 years old, I guess, when she bought it, and she is 44 years old now. So it's kind of the appliques on the quilt are actually coming off.
Oh.
Bad day.
So I'm trying to put them back on. But Gizmo is just kind of puppy that he just wants attention.
He wants to be right in the middle.
Right, and he kind of messes me up when I'm trying to stitch. He makes it really slow stitching. He gives a whole new meaning to the word slow stitch. So I'm good if I do one or two stitches when he gets in the mood.
Uh-huh.
All out. I do good to get one or two stitches.
I've been working on my little quilt. I leave it in the bedroom, so I quilt. I like to quilt in the morning sometimes, and if I can just do 2 or 3 stitches a day, you know, I'll eventually get all the holes done up, quilted up in that quilt. There's a lot of holes. There's a lot of them. There's a
I
lot of rips. A lot of rips.
Yeah, that's the way mine is also. It's kind of I've got one that I helped my aunt make when I was 6 years old. I was 6 years old when we made that quilt,
Yeah.
and helping her make it. She had this homemade quilt frame that hung from her bedroom ceiling,
Oh yeah.
and she would lower it down.
Oh, and quilt and then raise it back up. How
Right,
neat.
and so I helped her make this particular quilt, and
Oh.
a piece of it was made with a piece of one of our clothing. You know, back then, people when they outgrew clothing or
Yeah.
and back then there wasn't really thrift stores around. Okay,
No, they used the fabric. If you didn't have anybody to hand me down the
right,
item to, then you got to
right,
put it on the quilt. How
and
neat is that?
parts of
Mhm.
it would be wore out or a hole would get ripped into it or something like that,
Mhm.
and
I get rid of that.
so she would take them and she would wash them and iron them and cut them up into quilt pieces. And I was
Yeah.
looking at it the other day, and I found a piece of what was my dress at one point, and my sis-
Yeah.
my sister's clothing, my brother's shirt, my uncle Robert's flannel shirt, just different parts.
Uh-huh.
And
Uh-huh.
so it oh, so what do
Well,
y'all
that,
think? Does that look okay?
yes, it does. I like it.
I got a bulb pen, Beth.
Okay.
I put a bulb pen on the end of it
Oh,
to
that's
keep
cute.
it from
Yeah.
falling. Now I'm
Put
going to
some
take.
seed. I put seed beads on the bulb pin.
I did.
Okay.
They're crystal.
That's right. Okay, good. Good.
Can you see them?
Yeah, I see them now.
Now my camera is not one of those that will adjust itself and all that sort of thing. So if it's blurred, that's the best it's going to get. So it does. It's not self adjusting or anything. Now what I'm going to do is hopefully find me a scissors sharpener and sharpen my scissors. But right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this right here and I'm going to put a dot of glue on this little place, on this little knot that I put on here so that it'll keep it from wandering around. Well, now I've done threw my needle down. Did y'all see me throw my needle down? I usually lay it right here so I can find it easily. And finding the hole to put that needle back into is a whole different story. I tell you what, I watch Lisa and Tanya and different ones with this glue bottle and all,
Yeah.
and gosh, they just hit that right every time. And not me. No, it takes me a half hour. It seems like. I know it doesn't, but it seems like it to get
Right.
it to get it to go back in. My bottle seems to say, nope, and it turns its head like you're trying to feed a kid spinach or something. There's that one, and I think I'm just gonna cut this one off because I'm just one dangle should be enough for one little bitty book. So I'm just gonna do that one back dangle on it, and hopefully she will be happy that way. Move my trash can all the way across the room. I gotta find me another trash can now. Trying to figure out a closure for these little books here. I've got some things, I want to do some die cuts, like some things. I'm not going to put them in. I'm just going to add them with the book,
Yeah.
send them, and let them decide. The ladies that got these books, I'm just going to let them decide where they want to put the die cuts.
Let them glue them in.
Let them decide where they want them. Yes, in the book, because I think they'll enjoy, because mostly it's just a, a little book with blank pages,
Yeah.
and I think they can enjoy using it for a glue book, except for that one little page right there with a piece of transparency that I dotted with gold paint and stuck in there because I just thought it was cute. I'm gonna trim this up. I keep forgetting to trim this. I don't know why I keep doing that. One
This
good
here.
thing about working with aluminum is it's pretty well forgiving.
It is. Okay.
The way I put it together and everything, it's pretty well forgiving.
Well, that's good. I just I just always thought it would be hard to cut and
Actually,
manipulate.
that's the easiest thing to do is to cut it and embossing it. A lot of people think that way. That's the reason why Lisa had a problem with with her her aluminum when she would emboss it in
Yeah.
an embossing folder, it would shred it because she would run it through twice. And the aluminum's really pretty easy to emboss and everything. And with embossing it and all, um, if you run it through twice, it's just going to shred it.
Oh,
It
I
really is
see.
going to be like putting it through a paper shredder. But if you just do it once, it picks up the embossing quite well.
This here is the very first, one of the first mandalas that I did. It's it's not a circle mandala, but it's a type of pattern, and it's done in the circles. And a good way, the way I learned how to do this, I have to see if I can find it. But I used one, two, three, four, five, six, seven different sheets of colors, and you cut each color out. You keep cutting the diamond out and out and out until you get all five, all seven of the colors, and then they pile up on top of each other, and you can see where you've cut. Anyway, it's a type of mandala that I learned how to do. Let's see if I have a date. Back in 2016. So this is a 2016 book, um, and I thought it'd be fun to look at an old one of my old books. This is one of my first uh, art journals, and I'll make myself big here in a little bit and do a flip through on this. But this is number one, 2016. This is before I was streaming, and I worked in a book like this. And this was one of the very first books that I did, started doing when I was art journaling. And the people I watched were Sheila C. I watched uh, I, I used to watch uh, Jenny, Janella. I used to watch Cat Hand. I used to watch, um, of course, Dee Dee and Barb Owen. This is this is Barb, one of Barb Owens, and it's a exercise. This goes way back, 2016. So this is just collaging. This is what I used to do, and I'm going to show you this one here for my devotion. This is going to be my devotion tonight. So we'll do this one after a while. So yeah, so we'll go through. We'll do a flip through of this book before the night is over. Okay. So in the meantime, I'm just going to be gluing down some of these napkins on my cardboard boxes, and I've got 10 pieces of cardboard, and I'm going to glue napkins on each one of them on the back side for starters. And Teresa is putting beads on the spine of her little books. So,
Thank you, Sharon.
so Cheryl come back. She must be finished eating. And everybody seems to be doing okay in the chat. So, what else is going on? Well, hi, Clint. There's Clint. Clint, we're making a book, and all you need is some cardboard. Clint is moving right along with our group. He likes to watch and he likes to do a little bit of crafting. And he's got a binder that he has, and he's starting to put paper in it, in the binder. And some of his art pieces can go in the binder. Isn't that right, Clint? And that reminds me, uh, I've got to send Mr. Clint an envelope of some fun things. And I need to find some fun things to put in his envelope.
I got happy mail today from a couple of young ladies.
You did?
I did. I got one from across the pond even.
Ooh, across the big pond. That's the Atlantic Ocean.
I did. I got happy mail from Beth Schuler and Janet Nash today.
All right. So let's see what I can put in this envelope for Mr. Clint. He said he made a few painty papers. Good. Okay. Can you put them in your binder? Can you figure out how to get them in your binder? I think Clint would like. I think he would like some pictures. See if I can find any pictures in here. There's a cow. I can give him a cow. And there's a deer. We could give him a deer. Let's see. Oh, sorry, I hit my camera. I got another magazine up here. It might have some good pictures in it. Let's see if I can't find any pictures in this book. This is a national book. Let's see what Mr. Clint might like. There's some fish. There's a map. I like maps. I like anything with maps of our earth, our world. It's our world. I can give him a world. There's an elephant. Let's see. Oh, you don't know how to put your things in your book? You don't know how to put your things in your book? I can show you. I can show you. I can show you. I've got a book right here I can show you with. You all you need is a little pencil. I'll show you how to do it. My example is going to be in a bigger binder than what Clint has. My binder is a big binder. It's a little bit bigger. So all you have to do is open your binder up by pulling it apart here. You open and close your binder. Okay? And then when you get your paper, you have to put it on one of the holes. And if your paper's long on the whole sheet, you can put them in all 3 holes. And there I have my cow. My cow is in the book. Now, if you have a big sheet of paper, then you have to punch 3 holes. So you have your binder open with the 3 holes, and your paper's going to go in on each hole. You got to hold it and push this one through, push the next one through. Got to sort of hold your mouth right, and then you push the bottom one through. On the bottom one, there's three rings, and then you can close your binder, close it up. Don't snap your fingers in it, and then you have your papers in your book like that. Does that help, Clint? Does that help you? So if you've got some pictures to put in, you can open your binder up, and you could put your pictures in here, and you just sort of have to punch a hole. But you have to be careful and not rip it. Hi, Mary. So like that, and then you close these up, and then you've got things in your book. And you can put big pieces of paper in and glue your pictures down. You can glue your pictures down on your pages once you get your pages in your book. I hope that helps you, Clint. So that's how you put a piece of paper in your notebook. And if you can't get it in, if you can't figure that out, maybe your mom can demonstrate that little bit for you. It's not hard. And then you have your pages in your book, and you can flip your pages. And if you want to make a folder, all you need is 2 pieces of paper. You need 3 pieces of paper if you want to make a folder. He's got a binder already. But there's your binder demonstration. But if you have a 3 pieces of paper, then you take your tape and you tape your page. Take 1 page away. And here's 2 pages, and you tape a little bit here and a little bit at the bottom like this, and then this is your folder. You open it up, and then you can take and cut 1 piece of paper in half. 1 piece of paper in half, cut it in half, and glue it down on the inside of each piece of paper to fix your pockets, and then you would have a pocket, and this is your folder. So you can even do that. You can make something up and be creative, and all you need is a little bit of tape and a little bit of paper. So I'm gonna put these guys. I'm gonna put this in your envelope for you. Happy Meal. Can't get any more simpler than that. Okay. And I can give you one of my envelopes. I've got these little tiny mini envelopes with stamps in it. And I can give you one of these in your goodie box, goodie bag, goodie envelope. It's a goodie envelope. And I also have some playing cards. I like to give out playing cards because they're fun. So there's a Scene It game, and here's a pretty fabric, and there's a Monopoly, and one of these star performers, and there's a blue one. And then you make things with these. You can make things with them. And I've got some there's a phase 10 and a regular deck of cards. So there's a few cards for your stash. So that'll work. So then I could stick this in tomorrow's mail. And you can use pictures out of a magazine and glue them down in your binder. So let's see how much this weighs. Trying to help everybody play along. Yep. You're going to have to do a glue book. Learn how to do a glue book, Clint. Okay. We got that taken care of. So there. This will be going out to Mr. Clint in tomorrow's mail. Okay. 1 ounce, Kathy, 1 ounce for 1 stamp. And then if you do, if it's over an ounce, then you would add an additional postage, which is just 15 cents. They've changed the numbers on the stamps. I think it's 55 for 1 ounce. And then in the USA, an additional ounce is the additional postage stamp, which it looks different and it's a different value. The additional stamp looks like this, and if you can read the fine print, you can see additional postage right there. It's an additional ounce for the USA. So after you use 1 stamp, which is 55 cents, and this is either 15 or 20 cents now, I'm not sure. They've upped them a little bit, but anyway, it's not a full stamp. But if you put 2 stamps on it, because a lot of people don't have these, you can pinch some pennies this way. So, and if it's extra thick, If it's thick, you've got to put more postage on it because it has to be so thin. It has to be thin enough. Yeah, 20. They're 20 cents now. So yeah, yeah. So this one just needs one stamp because I waited. It's less than a um, an ounce, and I'll put a star on there for Clint. And this is called Happy Mail. And if anybody would like to send Clint some Happy Mail, you need to message me, and I will give you his address. Yes, if you did put 2.55 cents on, you've wasted a few pennies. But if it was over an ounce, you needed to add extra postage. And if you don't have the extra postage stamps, then you would use your regular stamps. And we live in America and we like to throw our money in the air. We do. We do. So I do have Clint's address in my possession. If anybody wants to mail Clint some Happy Mail, and Happy Mail is a treat. Anytime you get Happy Mail, it's for you to use in your art and to play with. Oh, Clint. And we want you to make something with your Happy Mail. We want you to glue it in your book, make a glue page. That's probably one of the the most popular things to do. What do you got there, Teresa?
I'm showing off Happy Meal while you're chatting along.
Oh,
Happy Meal.
I think I recognize some of that. That's what it was. I recognize some things.
See, I didn't show them what Janet sent. Now I'm showing what you sent me.
Uh-huh. So I'm working on my cardboard box or my cardboard book right now. So that's what I'm doing.
Ooh, look. Paper. Funny paper.
Chinese?
Is it Chinese?
Oi? Can you read it?
Hong Chao Eon Con Oi.
Okay, Teresa is our new translator. Brand new translator. Mm-hmm.
Ooh, look. Fluid as train. Read this.
Yeah.
Private and world. Okay.
That's you read it backwards from the bottom up or the something. It's backwards. You read it backwards. It's part of a verse, a song.
Okay. See, I think I'd like to have the piano just to play these on.
But anyway, yeah. So one of the things that we do like to do is glue things down. We like to glue, and you can use glue sticks if you have any glue sticks, um, or school glue from the Dollar Tree. You can get glue from the Dollar Tree. And I like to use my glue in a jar and paint it on. It's faster for me to do it this way. Hi, Joe. Joe's in the house.
Howdy, howdy.
Clint's in over here talking to us, Joe.
Hi, Clint. Doing
I
okay,
want you
buddy?
to say this too, Beth. If you can't say anything nice, don't say nothing at all. You can't say nothing nice, don't say nothing at all.
That's right. Was that the 7-Ups?
Yes.
That was last week's devotion.
Yes. And it's going in my book.
Good.
I gotta pull out my book and go it in there. I gotta get my
What's that cat meowing
Teresa, I
about?
got a whiny kitty cat.
a who cat?
My kitty cat's sitting there. She's whining.
She's crying.
Listen here.
She's a
Oh,
crybaby.
I got one too, Joe. See?
Yeah.
Oh, she's got a cat ring.
Oh.
Cute.
Yeah. Tell Teresa. Tell her.
It don't say nothing.
Oh, that's a good kind.
That's
You
kind
know,
I don't have to feed it or anything.
yeah, you don't know. You don't have to feed it, and you don't have to clean up after it. Whew,
No potty bites.
Did you see
boy.
my rose? Uh, my rose, one of these ATCs. Did you see?
No,
I haven't.
no.
See it?
Yeah.
I haven't put beads on it yet.
Oh, that's pretty.
Oh, no, I haven't seen your
It's in
ACTs
club
yet.
right there,
No, it's so good.
Wow.
and I got to put some beads on it, but I haven't decided on what beads to put on it yet. I want colorful beads, and the only ones that have fit it right now I've got is crystal. So I've
Well,
got to find my colorful beads.
you know what you could do with that? Get you some good red paint that'll stick to that, and paint those roses, and you'll have all the color you want.
Oh no, I want to leave it just like that.
She likes it like that.
And see, this was piece off of uh where I did my book. Did you see where I did the prompts from the other night?
I don't
Oh, yeah.
remember.
See my birds? I got
The bird.
birds.
Oh, they look good.
Did you see where I did the prompts? And here the other night, Thursday night.
Oh, okay. And you made color,
Calls for
put
a
color
wild
coding.
card, and
That's
there's my wild card right there. It's as wild as I get.
oh to the beach.
I get wild there. Okay, but see, this is the rose.
Yeah.
That I just showed you. And this is my tissue paper. I put it over my embossing.
Oh, that's
That did
pretty.
nice. That did
And,
real nice.
Yeah, I like that.
you can tell it or not, but you can actually see the silver of the can shining through it.
Yeah, I can see that. I thought it looked like you did paint individually.
It does look like it's been painted, but that's tissue paper over it. And as you can see
Yeah.
the dot here and over here on the sides and everything. And I did that so that you can see I did use tissue paper over it. Or
Wow.
that was my tissue paper. This
You
is
know.
my embossing here.
Yeah. You
That's
never
all.
know. You never know what unless you try something. You never know how nice it's really going to turn out until you try it. You can look at it and say, oh well, it might be okay, but and then again, it might really reflect out and pop.
Right. I didn't know what it was going to do. I've never tried that before. So that's what I did. I put some polka dotted tissue paper over it.
I gotta get that cat some food. I'll see you later.
And this is my magazine image here, and it's all this whole thing, and it has the recipe:
Oh, okay.
chicken tortilla anxiety soup. I've never heard of chicken tortilla anxiety soup, but
Oh
that's
my.
the magazine. So, and here's my numbers. You see my numbers?
Yeah,
And I used the tape on it.
that's good. I love that plate.
I put bees on it. There's one, two, three. Put all kinds of bees on it. See bees on
That's
it.
good.
See my bees.
Yep. That was one of the prompts.
See, and there's my circles, little round circles here. Well, my circles aren't very round, but that's where they are. Anyway, that
That's
was
okay.
my page.
Wonky is good. Wonky circles are allowed.
There's my birds.
Oh, I like the birds.
I started something else and I didn't like it, so I painted it black and put birds on it.
I like the background for the birds. Yeah. It makes them pop.
Hi, Susan. It came out really good, Mary. It turned out real good. Um, so I thought the next book I may find some pretty tissue paper. I got some gold and white striped tissue paper in there.
Yeah.
I was thinking about the next book I make is putting it over the over the to see how it will look.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, are there any other cans that have gold collared
Oh,
on the cans?
there's a caffeine-free Diet Coke.
So it has a different
But,
color too. Yeah.
yeah, but these cans are actually 16-ounce cans that I use,
Right.
and I get them at the Dollar Tree.
Woohoo.
That's the only place they sell them around here is at the Dollar Tree. The 16
Really?
cans. Yeah,
Huh.
because they usually do like a 12-ounce can and the 16-ounce bottle. Well, here at the Dollar Tree, our Cokes come in 16-ounce cans.
Okay. Yeah.
So anyway,
I've even seen 4-ounce cans.
and Beth, you're the first one in my book.
Oh,
This is a
I
new
never
book, so
won.
this is the first thing I've done in my book. So,
Good night, Janet. Go to sleep. Close your eyes.
oh, good night, Janet.
We'll
Hugs.
lullaby you to
Mel, I love
sleep.
it all. So,
So, yeah.
that I'm gonna save to paint. I'm gonna try to paint these birds on this side, but not right now. I'm gonna put some happy mail down on a page right here. I'm gonna get happy,
Going to get happy.
very happy. Okay, see, I need to see. I need to cut this. Gonna cut up, y'all.
Gonna cut it up.
Gonna cut up. Cutting up, cutting up,
She's cutting out.
cutting up, cutting up.
So anyway, Tanya and Lisa were making these cardboard box books, and they were using corrugated cardboard, and they were doing a fabulous job with them. And I decided, well, I could probably work a little faster with this thin cardboard. And that's why I thought, well, I can catch up with them because they're not finished with their book yet. All they did last night was paint some papers, painting different kind of papers down in their book, and they don't even have it binded together yet. So so I thought, oh, I can glue and put some napkins down, and then on this side I can do painty papers or other kind of papers. But the napkins are working out okay for this side, so that's good. And I've just got 4 more to do. I'm moving along really fast. And these napkins came from Nettie, so pretty napkins, pretty. Purdy, purdy, purdy. And I'm just using one panel, about one panel, one of the squares. So I've got the other 3, in my stash for the next time for something else. So I like that. I like that part. And I've got my pages uh, uneven on purpose. This at the top, it's kind of uneven, and that's what I did that on purpose to give the book character. And so did Lisa and Tanya. They made their books uneven too. So it'll be it's like a junk journal cardboard book. It's going to be a junk journal. And that's Tanya's specialty is junk journals, and Lisa's too. She likes to do junk journals, make junk journals too. And what it is, the name junk journal refers to is junk mail. Anything that you don't want to keep, uh, anything that you would throw out is considered junk. So you would recycle it instead of throw it away. And that's the whole idea of the junk journal is using all recycled materials so that you don't have to throw anything away, and it's going to turn into a book that you can use. Clint can't wait to get his happy mail. Well, I'll put it in the mail tomorrow, so it should take 2 or 3 days, Clint. It'll be a surprise when you get it. And we do allow time for our postal workers to get stuff in the mail. We know that they're busy and they're working real hard to get our mail out to everybody. So we do know that. And we like to give them a break. And so Teresa, oh, how did that happen? Teresa went out and came back in. Let me get her back up here. This might be a good time to go ahead and show my my book that I have. My old book from 2016. It's a glue book, kind of a glue book, art journal page. So Teresa, I'm going to go ahead and show my book, and then I'll bring you back in a minute. Okay? Is that okay, Teresa? She'll probably answer in the chat. So I'll bring her back in just a minute. But this book was my first art journal book, and I did it in 2016. And this is just an XL art paper, mixed media paper from Walmart. It's a Canon mixed media notebook. And I put, this is tissue paper on top, and I put some splattered paint. And I don't know if I did that on purpose or if that was just an accident from something else I did. I couldn't tell you. So I'm going to do a little flip through back, reminiscing way back when, a long time ago. It was Happy New Year's. So this was really kind of maybe in 2015, because that's the 16th for the next year. So it was Welcome to My Art Journal Adventure. And that's when I started doing an art journal. This is my art journal adventure. So you can do this in your notebooks, in your binders. Just make a decoration on a page, put it in your binder. That's all you got to do. This one says, I will follow my dreams. And I did all kinds of mark making, and I'm not sure, but this might have been some paper, because it's got butterflies on it. And I did some mark making, stamping on this. And it's pretty. And this is just a collage, a glue page that I made into a scenery. So you can get magazine pictures, and this is a wallpaper in the background, and it's got these trees. So it's like she's in the park. Just say it accidentally on purpose. And I put all kinds of images, made a fence, and put the chair there, and like little garden things. There's a chicken. And then I did a tree out of this scrapbook paper that's brown. And then I put a squirrel in the tree, and there's an owl face of an owl and another bird. And just, so this is like a reverse glue page. Okay, Sharon. Bye, honey. And this is some scrapbook paper that I had, and it had the vase on the scrapbook paper, and I decorated around it. The vase and the flowers are part of the paper. So I went and stamped on it a little bit, and then I used some glitter glue, stamped some butterflies, reverse collage. Just growing in art. This is an art page that I did on March the 8th of 2016. So here it goes. And you can see there's a picture there. I have no idea what. It's just scrapbook paper. And just all kinds of mixed media. Mixed media. This is a brown page. And I had the ads in the background is wallpaper, and then I I took a green pen and outlined some things, and some of these are magazine words that I glued down, and then I outlined them with a marker and just put random words: focus and illuminate, natural, secure, happy at home, relax and enjoy, real, 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 complete and balanced. And this is a picture of a girl out of a magazine, and it's birdseed. It's birdseed in the picture, a picture of it, and they made a picture of a face. And I got random numbers on here, but it's just an art page it's just a glue page. This is just another glue page. I've painted it with this bright yellow paint, and uh, I fussy tore out the welcome. I did that with my fingers, tore that out, and it's got welcome spring. And this is all just words out of yellow paper, and I outlined them with a matte glitter glue. Welcome spring, sparkle. This is called. This was a KS challenge. It's a craft shack. Um, it's a girl that crafts on the internet, and she's been in some of our. I think she was in one of Mary's hops, but she's from the craft shack, and she said to use three shapes, two colors. So my shapes were flowers, triangles, and strips. These little strips here. Those were my three shapes. And then it said two colors, and I used yellow. Oh, thank you, honey. Yellow and glitter. I used the color yellow in the background, and then I've got some glitter and one stencil. And I'm not sure what the stencil is. It's something with the stencil. So that was done back in 2016. This is another page that I just did for fun. I gessoed my paper, and I tore up two pieces of writing papers that I downloaded off the internet, and they're like they're written in French. You can't read the writing. It's cursive writing, and it's two different types of paper that I tore up and put down on this page. And ideally, you would put a photo on each one of these pages. You know, a picture of interest. But that's as far as I got. But I liked it. We're going to do this in a minute. I'm going to hang on to this one. We're going to be doing a devotion on this one. It's called the quilt. Here's another page that I did, and I had this themed Oriental. This was themed Asian because it's got all kinds of Asian people, and it's got Asian writing and all kinds of Asian, Japan, Chinese, Korea writing. And I did it. I collected all these little things to put down on this page. Had enough to put down. This page is nothing but painting papers and scraps, and it's pretty. So I've got all kinds of painting papers. I've got stock cardstock paper or scrapbooking paper. I can see, and some wallpaper and painting papers. And again, this is like a background, and I could take and put a little bit of color down on here and fade this into the background, and then I can put an image on top if I wanted to. I like doing background pages. And these two here was something from Barb Owen, and they were exercises, and they were showing you how to put something down on a blank piece of paper. And these were exercises. And if you're interested in doing these two pictures, you need to go to howtocreative.com and look up Barb Owen and Kyla Glenhart on March the 22nd of 2016 and try to find the video to these two exercises. They were very educational. This one you had to put down masking tape and made 4 boxes, and you had to do something in each box, and you had to write something down on the stripes. And then after you brought up the masking tape. And this was the images. And this was another image that you put down. I think it was 4 different colors. You had 4 different colors, and or 5, and you let it. It's like a paint blob, and then you had to look at your paint blob and see what you can find out of it. And we've done paint blob exercises. This is just using a paint, and I had all kinds of paint out one day, and I did a square sponge background. This is a string pull, and you laid your string down on the, dipped it in paint, 2 different colors of paint, lay your string down, close the book, and pull the string out. And then when you open it up, you get this. It's a mirror image. And I did it twice. And this one looked like 3 people dancing. 3 people dancing. And they're mirror imaged. Here's another person right here. And then here's the third person. And this is her shoulder, and then she's reaching around to gather. Their arms are reaching around to each other. Their hands. So you see the 3 dancing, and then this is the mirror image. It was a string pull. This is another one. I was inspired by Vicky It's Papillon. Vicky Papillon, and I believe she lives in Brazil or Spain. Maybe she lives over in Italy. I think she lives over in Italy. This is vellum. This paper is vellum, and I did a sewing technique on this page. And let's see, it's called Abstract Art. And I have no idea where I got it off the internet. And you can see the stitches on the back. This is just a napkin that I have, napkin art. It was just a napkin, and there is a card, and it says it was a creative conversation with Shannon Green and Barb Owen, how to get creative, on May the 13th, 2016. And it says, paint on paper, junk mail, 3 paints, 2 inks, 1 stencil, 1 napkin collage, paint, pen, and doodle. So I think I've got stuff underneath the napkin. because it said one napkin. And it looks like I tried, I don't see any doodling. But anyway, it's a napkin. And here is another just abstract painty paper. Here's another painty paper, and it was a mirror image folded this way. Um, it's a glue paint symmetry, and I just used acrylic paint on a folded label, and then I folded it in half, pressed the paint, and opened it back up. This is a collage, and they're also inchies. They're 1 inch by 1 inch. And it's just a jelly print Mod Podge page. And this one here is also inchies, and it's a painty papers. It had blue, orange, and blue, and I cut them up and I tried to put them back down in order. Some of the blocks are turned. I love it. I love this. This is mixed media, and it is a layer of gesso, acrylic paints, a fan brush art. I used a fan brush. Natural sponge. I used a natural sponge. Gold, lace, purple alcohol spray inks. And the background is orange, turquoise, yellow, and mustard. And this was done in December of 2016. This is one of my very first mixed media collage. Cheryl's at the table crafting. Okay, Cheryl. This is some of my hand at watercolors. This is when I was into a little bit of watercolor. And this was back in 2015. They were loose pieces of paper, and I wanted them in my book. So this is back in 15. And here's another one. And here's another one. And I did this scenery quite a bit. And I think I got this picture from, or idea of this particular scenery from Allison Pryor. And this is just another water and sky and birds. And another watercolor. I think this turned out really pretty. I love it. I love the colors. And this was 2016. This one's 2016. 2015. This is the ocean. Very, very, I love them. I love it. Love it. Love it. Here's another piece. 2015. This one is done with homemade watercolors. Homemade watercolors. I did all kinds of stuff back in the day. I did all kinds of stuff. My tape is not. And I do want to tell you that the Jersey crafter, Laura, just came on. And I totally understand if you want to go over and watch her because she's having a birthday party. This is her 2 years anniversary, and she's on. So if you want to go over and play with her, she probably will be giving stuff away. So I will not get mad if you go over and play with Laura. Please do. I don't mind at all. Okay. This is done with ink tints pens. Ink tints pens. The ink comes out like in an ink pen, and then you take a water brush, just a clean water, and you go over the ink, and it shades it. It smears the ink, and then it dries permanently. And this is was my very first time doing ink tints pens. And here's another wild painty page. And I just used all kinds of paint. I filled in all the white Then I did all of the paint blobs, and then I did circles and splatters, and it looks like I did the ends of a pencil and did smaller dots. It's just a background page. And this is a little cat page, and I've got texture paste on here. This is just have courage. It says have courage. And mission inspiration, February the 16th, 2016, by Sheila, inspired by Sheila C. Two colors, yellow and blue. One picture, the kitty. I'd used gesso, texture paste, stencil with a texture paste, mark with a brush or comb. I dipped the comb in the paint and made all these little dots in a row. Book text is probably the magazine, and I did a stamp, two rubber stamps with text, and I've got love and this other little um, uh, joy of the Lord is the joy of the Lord is my strength. And then I doodled with a colored pencil, and then I added a quote and created a border. So that was a journal, a mixed media page. This is used using slick sticks by Crayola, and they are grease pens, slick pens, and then you activate it with water. And this is my mandala. This is really cute. I did this one day, and it's got texture paste, and then I've used the slick stick pens, markers, and then I put balance in the middle. And this is a mandala. This is my first mandala. These are mixed media pages. This is painty papers that I tore in strips and glued down. This is a tulip done in chalk. And anytime you use, this was done in sidewalk chalk, then you spray it with some kind of fixative, and I think I used hairspray so that the chalk doesn't come off like real easy. Kind of seals it down. This is a pink page and a rainbow page, just painting pages. And I did this. This was all kinds of colors, and I used a round sponge of some sort to make that. And then this was a page that I did, and then I wrote it in a circle. I wrote the message in the circle, so you have to read it in a circle. It says, have you ever wondered why dogs chase their tails? They go around and around and look so funny. I wondered if they like just getting dizzy. That's what kids do, spin and spin around. I in my old age, getting dizzy makes me woozy, and I have to sit down or fall down, but I sure do enjoy watching dogs and little children go around in a circle. It's a little story I just made up, and I wrote it. I love that. I love that. This is decoupaging again. This is all done with shades of red paper, and it's an apple. I got it off online, and I use stickers. And this is also just some things I fussy cut it out, and some napkins, and it looks like it's wallpaper or scrapbooking paper. And it's just an art page that I did. This is a page of green. I was trying to make a field of grass. This is how I used to paint. I couldn't figure out how to do it, but I tried. It was supposed to be an untamed path through the field with a sunset. And But if I hadn't have tried, I would have never have gotten anything done. So at least I tried. So this is a good example of what I did in the very beginning. And this is you draw you close your eyes and do squiggly marks, and then you color it in like stained glass. This is scrapbook. This is just scrappy papers to be thrown away, and another circle message. So, welcome everybody coming in. So here's another doodle page that I did. I used to doodle back in 16. And this is just scraps of tissue paper and napkins. It was all garbage for the garbage, and I glued them down on a page, and I love it. And I love it. This is just another page I did. This is just here's another page. This is another technique that I learned how to do from probably Cat Hand or maybe Barb Owen. And what it is you cut your paper. It's woven. It's woven paper, but you cut your paper not all the way through. You leave an edge together here and an edge together here, and then you weave them together. You know, like you do a basket, and you get this design. And I love it. It's a background, the sample. And this is a magazine collage. This is what I want Clint to learn how to do, just to pick things out of a magazine and glue it down on a page. I do not have problems gluing anything down. And this is just some painty papers and some tissue paper and just scraps glued down. This is just a picture out of a magazine. I love it. And I live at the beach. This is the pictures out of a book that I had, and it was an art link letter book for children. And the book was called Kids Say the Darndest Things. And I took all of the pictures out of this book. It was a little tiny paperback book. And I glued them all down from the book and threw the book away. So I've got all the pictures. It's a glue page. This one is another book, and it reminds me of kind of like Alice in Wonderland, but it was another book, and it had all of these pictures in the book, and they were all sketched pencils with pencils and inks. And I put them all down on this book, on this page, as just glued it down as a collage. Hi, Brittany. Hi, everybody coming in. So the perfect vacation. She's flying a kite on the beach. Hi, Bookends. Hi, Susan. And then this is another collage that I did with just magazine pictures. This is a picture that I painted, and it looks like acrylic paints. Here's a couple of more glue pages, magazine glue pages that I did. I was getting into the glue paging, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. And that is the last of this book from 2016. So I think Teresa went to go get some dinner or fix dinner. There, I see her. I'll get her back in here. I have to get up. So I'm glad I got to show you that book. Let's get Teresa back in here. There we go.
Hi.
I'm done. I just had.
I ran in there. I put my dinner on to heat up, and I came back. I mean, it didn't take long. It's already cooked. I just put it in a pot to heat it up. So
Yeah.
I've been going through some of my images and stuff that I'm gonna put with some of these books and everything before I send them off. Like I got I did some embossing.
Yeah.
This is my pear that I embossed. I embossed it in silver, so I think it will go well with the books. And I sent you some of these images right
Oh.
here
Okay.
of the
Okay.
cherry blossom. Um, and then I embossed some leaves. I got two in silver and two in gold, and I'm gonna cut them apart and put one with each book. And that's what I've been doing.
Well, you got a lot
Besides,
done.
besides craft launching, I mean,
Did you have a craft-a-lanch?
I did, and I still ain't found the top to my pen. I gotta find it because my ink will dry up.
Oh, you're not going to find it until you run the sweeper.
Oh, I don't run a sweeper in here.
Okay, I have a trivia question, and I don't know the answer. I do not know the answer. So, everybody, listen up and see if you all can help me with my question. Now, Teresa did some embossing through her Big Shot, and she made a, a, a feely type of emboss. Okay, you show a piece of your embossed piece, either your book or something that you've embossed, so we can see the ruffles on it, something like that. Okay, see, that's embossed. Okay, it's a pressed image. Now, when I use my powders and I emboss, is that the same embossing? Because it's a raised area, is that the anything raised up is embossing, including the powders and the heat gun that I use? Is that the
That's
same?
embossing.
There's two different types of embossing,
Right.
right?
One is heat embossing. There is actually three different kinds of embossing that
Oh,
I know. There may be more. This
yeah.
this is called heat embossing, which you use powders in your heat gun.
Okay.
Okay. Then there's the kind where I run this aluminum through my embossing folder, which is this right here. This is the
And
embossing folder I used on this one,
it's
which
a
is
press.
gold.
It's a press.
It's an embossing folder, right? And it's got a raised side right here, and you've got a side on it that matches it, but it's indented.
Indented. Uh-huh.
Uh,
Uh-huh.
so that embosses. Okay, then
Hi, Becky.
there's another kind of embossing. Okay, which you take and give me just 1 second, and I'll get that embossing tool out and show it to you.
Okay. We're talking about embossing. We're learning something. Learning something. Imagine that.
Learn you something. Well, maybe I'll find that little
One moment, please.
embosser.
One moment, please.
But it's the kind where you use the embossing tool. Um,
A tool. Okay.
yes, and I gotta find it first.
Is that the little ball, a little ball tool?
Yes, that's the little ball tool.
Okay.
But
I-
I have the box and all that I can show you. And you actually use stencils with that.
Okay. And you use the ball to press the paper.
Right.
I've seen that little ball used to curl flowers
Right.
petals.
But that's embossing that flower.
Yes.
That's called embossing that flower.
Okay.
So when you know it. When I look for it, I can't find it.
But we know what you're talking about.
I don't know. I don't know if you do or not. I've had this particular embossing box for a while.
Hi, Becky. Hi, Lisa. Lisa, look what I'm doing. I'm making a book. I'm making a cardboard book. I'm making a cardboard book, and I just finished my last page. Well, part of it. So No, I've got one more. But this is going to be my book, and I'm using skinny cardboard. I'm using just a cardboard box, and I'm going to make a cardboard journal out of it, and I'm putting napkins on one side of my book, and then I'm going to probably glue things on the other side. I'm thinking about just gluing all kinds of images on the other sides. So, just having fun, just goofing off like we always do. And we wanted to get get Teresa Church in here with me tonight because she's starting to do some videos, and so I want everybody to subscribe to her. And right now, she's just doing little impromptu videos, but and they're short and sweet. I'm very proud of her for doing that. And eventually, we're going to get her, broken in a little bit so she can do a whole show. So she's helping me tonight.
Okay, so here's my embossing box. Okay,
Oh, okay.
there it opens up because what you need is going to be on the inside of it. Okay, this is the stencil that I have in here. I don't have much in here anymore because I don't really use it much. But um, you have these little pegs in here. Okay, and I don't know how many of you have seen the embossing box.
I have not.
Boss shape box. This is called a mini boss shape box.
Has anybody ever seen this little box? Okay, Becky.
Okay,
Thanks for popping in, honey.
you
Thank you,
take a
Becky.
piece of
Love you.
paper. You take a piece of paper, say, and you stack it up here. Well,
I had a
lay
little
this down, the
uh-huh.
stencil, and you just put these little things down into these little holes right here to hold it still.
Oh, I see. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Little pegs.
And I don't have my little embossing tool that goes with it right yet.
Yep.
But you use something like this,
Okay.
and the tool actually
Okay.
works better than this because this is not what a bone folder is
Now
for.
I had a little mat that went under an embossing kit that I have, and the mat was squishy, and when you rolled the tool over the leaves, it squished down, on a sponge like.
Right. And then I don't know if you can see it or not, that little print there.
Yeah, I can see
Can you
it.
see a little bit?
Yep.
Okay. When you've got the little embossing tool with the ball on it, that's what that was originally made for, is embossing like this.
Okay.
Most people don't know how that tool come around, but it was for the embossing box.
I see. That is cute. No, I just have a little kit it's in a little plastic bag, and whenever I come across it again, I'll show it to you. I have no clue where it is, but it was a little embossing kit, and I've discovered that if you don't have an embossing tool, you can use your crochet needle, your
Right.
your crochet hook.
As
You
long as
can
it doesn't have a sharp tip to it.
no, yeah, because it's
The
a
little,
crochet hook is right.
I have cut my finger on crochet tools before.
Have you really?
Now they've been
Oh,
sharp, and I'm very careful on which ones I use nowadays.
okay,
When I
okay.
can use them, I can't really use them right now, but
Well, I must have the kid safe kind.
That's what I need is kid safe kind. Like I said, these are embossing powders. This is the embossing folder, and I just showed you my little embossing box. So
Oh,
that's I've had that little embossing box, and at one time, uh, about 25 years ago when I got it, it may have had that in that. I just don't remember. But my granddaughter, she is 25 years old, and when she was about 2 or 3 years old, she stayed with me a lot.
yeah.
And she used to love to emboss with that.
Oh,
She just was so amazed that you could take like aluminum foil or a thin aluminum, and you could buy that at Hobby Lobby or something like that, Michael's Hobby Lobby. You can still buy embossing foil there. But she was just so amazed that you could take that and go around all those little shapes and make a design.
oh, okay, okay.
The wonderment of a 3-year-old, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
my
yeah.
my 3-year-old now is 25. She just turned 25 on the 14th.
So you've been crafting a long time,
Just a year or two.
just a
I
year or two.
I haven't been doing journals or anything like that. I've only been doing journals from um, well, really, I'm still just learning about journals. But
Right.
mostly, I made cards. Um, then my hands got to where they didn't want to work so well on making cards, so I don't do too many of those anymore. So anyway, that's my little embossing machine.
Okay, I love it. It's
Now,
good.
now I just happen to have that one, but reason why I got it, I didn't buy a lot of expensive stuff or anything like that. I paid like 59 cents for it at the thrift store, but
Um,
it kept my granddaughter busy. Okay,
yeah, it did. It sure did.
it kept my granddaughter busy. So
Um, while most uh, is Lisa still with us, or did Lisa have to go? Lisa, are you still here? I thought I would go ahead and read to you my little devotion for today. Um, it's um, it's something that I found on the internet. And okay, Lisa, I just wanted you to hear it too. um, but one of the things that I like to do is uh, I go online and I find these little devotions, and and then on this particular devotion, I made I made a page out of the whole thing. I printed it out on pink paper, used pink ink, and printed it out. And so it's a little story that I want you to hear. It's not really biblical, but it is definitely has a very good. Um, it's got a very good values in it. It doesn't have a Bible verse, but it does talk about our great God and what He does with us sometimes, and we don't expect things to turn out the way it does, but all things turn out for a reason, and we just don't know what that reason is until much later, and sometimes years. We don't realize things why they happened to us when we were young until we're adults. And I can relate. I can relate to that particular value. But this one's called the quilt. And since I talked about my quilt and how I've been doing some slow stitching on it, I thought the quilt would be a good time to introduce this story to you. And again, I got this off the internet, so you can probably Google it and find the story. But it says my grandmother had just finished sewing a rosebud pink dress. She said a Sunday go to meeting dress, she called it. It's going to be my Sunday dress. And I remember how carefully she pored over the pattern while I drummed my fingers on the countertop. Being bored. What are you making? It's going real slow. Can you relate to that? I sure can. And it says, I remember waiting while she stroked every fold of the knit, feeling for the right cloth. She came hours of pedaling her ancient sewing machine. It's a pedal sewing machine. Can you imagine sewing on something that ancient? And
Mm-hmm.
I bet Teresa has. I mean, Lisa has. I bet she sewed on an old machine like that. And she held up the dress and then she smiled. She says, tomorrow I will wear it to church. And she announced and draped the dress over the ironing board. And the iron was so old. Well, the iron overheated. It was the kind you put on the stove and you warmed it at the heat to iron your clothes. Well, it overheated. The pink it and it in seconds a large brown scorched scar seared into the soft rosebud pink looking dress. Looking it over, my grandmother pulled out her scissors and she sat down and she cut the dress into small squares. She tucked the little piles of squares into her sewing basket, and I knew right then that she meant for them to go for a quilt. On a cold winter whistling nights that I have had since my grandmother has gone, I draw up that quilt of rosebud pink squares that warms my bed, and I ask my God if there is a little pile of pink disappointments and sorrows in my life that I can patch into something good. That is the devotion. So, have you ever something happened to you and it just didn't turn out the way you thought it was going to turn out? The way this story poured out. Grandma didn't get the new dress for church, but she got to make the granddaughter a quilt. And the granddaughter got to have that quilt years and years later, and she remembered her grandmother when she pulled that quilt up over top of her the same way I remember my grandmother when I pull up my quilt and all of the different fabrics on the quilt of our clothes and our play clothes and our stained clothes that she cut up and put into the quilt, because that's what we did with our old clothes. I was the fifth child, so I got all the hand me downs. And guess who got all the hand me downs after me? My grandmother got them. She got to tear those clothes up, our play clothes, and put them in a quilt for us, and we call them a granny quilts. So in the very bottom, I've done this for a circle of ladies in my church before, and I did say a little prayer at the end, and I'm just going to read it, not to defend anybody, but the prayer that I read was, "Dear Father, when I stand in the middle of shredded plans and dreams, teach me how to take these remnants and use them for something good." And that's the whole story of the pink rosebud quilt, and I have it forever. I did this in March of 2016, and I'm doing it again today. And I think I should add that date, a new date in here of today's date, because I did it again, and it is March the 30th. It was exactly 10 days ago. Was or no, it says three. It was done in March of 2016. So I'm going to put three, if I can get a pen to write, 2021. That's not dark enough. I'll get it. So there's your thought for the day, guys. Thank you for listening to me. So we did it again. All right. Woohoo! So there's one of my very first art journal books. Remnants. It reminds me of the film with Leonardo DiCaprio. He was in a film. Okay. Clint is making die cuts for his art journal and cutting stuff up. Way to go, Clint. Way to go. So there's that. So I'm going to continue to do a few more things on my cardboard book that I'm making. This one has to dry some more. Sweet blessings out of sadness. Isn't that's like a rose coming out of the thorn. It sure is. And what our grandmothers did for us when we were kids, how they suffered for us and the hard life that they had to live. And we have it so easy. We can play with anything we want. Do anything we want. So anyway, I have some odds and end papers, and I think I'm going to go with a couple of scrapbook papers that match kind of the way Lisa and Tanya did the other night. They used some coordinating papers that blended together, and I think I have a book that I want to use, and it's this one. This will be perfect. So, Teresa, you working on a Happy Mail page?
I'm just playing.
Just playing around?
Yeah.
So, how many of y'all know what that is? Clint?
A big old telephone.
Clint, do you know what this is? I bet he don't even know. Have you seen it? Have you seen this before, Clint? This is a really cute book. Lisa, if you don't have this book, you might want to look into getting it. It's got locks and papers, music, and letters, and wood, and maps, and leather. It says, I found some coloring pages my grandma did. Oh, great, Clint. Put them as a keepsake in your binder. Yes, put them in your binder. Pattern paper. Yeah, you would like this. This is called Vintage Treasures designer paper, and I got it from Walmart. But it's got roses and newspaper, cork, typewriter, locks. It's got a lot of stuff. So I'm going to go with the lighter pages like this one. And I'm going to pick 3 pieces like Lisa and Tanya did. And I need a contrasting. Patterns would be good. Ooh, what was that one? This one. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm counting. I could put a little bit on each page. I've got 10 pages in my book. And I can even use more than that. I don't have to stick with just that many. I need one dark one. I'm going to take this one here. I need a little dark. Okay. So, thank you, Janet. Now, I just want to let you know that the Jersey Crafter might still be on, and let's see if she's still. I think she's still on. Just to let you know that it's her anniversary. It's mine too. It's 2 years, and let's see. Yep, she's still on.
All right, we're doing a little.
But if you want to go over and watch Laura Sullivan at the Jersey Crafter Show, she might be doing some giveaways because she said she was going to have like a party. So I don't want to. If you want to go over and check her out and see what she's doing, please do. You don't have to watch me and Teresa, but I share. I like to share my time. So I won't mind or get upset or anything if you do go over and say hi to her and come back or whatever you all want to do. It's whatever you want to watch. Oh, great. You went over and say hello. Okay. So, but she started the same week that I started 2 years ago in streaming. And let's see, where is she here? Uh, well, I've lost her again. Where'd it go? I was looking for her. Heavens to Betsy. Here, I think this is her. No, that's not her. Where'd she go? Right here she is. I was going to look and see how many. She's got 1,000, and it's 1.38 subscribers. So she's really hot. I only have 600, but she's doing something right. People want to go in and see her for some reason. So girls, don't you worry about me. I share my time. So okay. Anyway, I'm going to on this side of it, I'm going to be using scraps of this scrap paper, but I'm thinking because there's so much color, I might want to maybe gesso this a little bit. And I think that's what I'll do. I'll gesso it. Becky's going to go cook dinner. Please do. Okay. We'll see you soon. Maybe I'll be here when you get back. And so I'm going to paint a little bit on my cardboard so that my paper won't, so there's just not so much red. I probably could put a little color on this, like a tan maybe, or a sand color. I do have some browns, and I've got this territorial brown beige that I love. I love this color. What you doing now, Teresa?
Reading. I was reading.
Reading?
Uh-huh. That was part of a Happy Meal from Tanya McGuire.
Oh, girls, do y'all have any questions for Teresa? You have any questions? Ask us some questions. I'm glad to.
Letitia says happy birthday, doll.
Whose birthday?
Yours. She said happy birthday, doll.
For my 2-year anniversary. Thank you. I wasn't. I didn't want to rain on Laura's parade, so I wanted everybody to go over and say, and see her. And this is covering up quite nicely with this gesso and beige paint. Quite nicely. I'm quite happy with what it's doing. So, yeah, thank you, Janet. There's Laura's live stream. Go over and say hello and wish her congratulations and see what she's doing. And then come back and tell me what she's making. I had her on my phone. Tell us what she's making. She's doing something.
Laura is always doing something.
Uh huh. She was going to come on this afternoon and something come up and she couldn't do it. And so it happens. It happens. Life happens, right?
Exactly.
One time I overslept before I came into my room. It was quite.
We remember.
I woke up and I kept hearing my phone ping, ping, ping. My phone kept vibrating, and it was Teresa. I mean Lisa. I mean, I'm go. It was Henrietta.
It
It
was
was little
Cheryl.
sister Cheryl. Cheryl was Cheryl would kept messaging me and saying, Beth, where are you, Beth? You know what time it is? It's like, oh my gosh, I overslept. I was napping away. Just had a big old nap.
Well, you must have needed it.
I did. I needed the nap, and ever since then, whenever I take an afternoon nap on my streaming day, I set the alarm. Uh,
Well, look at it this way. If you miss one streaming, always do another one.
that's right. That's right.
Wait, another
How
stream will
much?
come along.
But that's how much I like doing the streams. I set the alarm to get up to do them. That's pretty
Well, we
good.
enjoy it. We enjoy your streams.
Yep, I love them.
You know if somebody enjoys it when they come back, right?
Right.
When they come back and watch you stream, you know they enjoy it.
Yep. So I just kind of smeared some paint down on some of these. I think I got two more to do. We had instant brown rice. It was very good.
I'm having instant chicken and noodles. It's instant because I cooked it and I put it in the freezer. With it just being two of us, it's hard to cook for just two.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is. I like to cook enough for 2 days so that we can have leftovers.
Right. I'll take and I'll leave them in the refrigerator for a day or two, and if they're not eaten within a day or two, I freeze them
Yeah.
or I can them, depending on what it is.
Yeah. If we don't eat it, then I usually steal the meat and give it to the dogs. Give it to the girls. They like it.
Of
They'll
course,
eat anything.
of course they like it.
They'll eat anything.
Yeah, they're like Mikey.
Yep.
He won't hate it. He'll eat anything. Well,
Okay. I utilized some garbage today. This was going to be garbage, this box. It was. Now it's going to be a book.
let me see how much paint I can get all over the place now. Get back up there.
So I think now I'm going to let these dry, and I'm going to ink the edges real good. And let's see what we got in the ink department. I guess I could just use my black ink. I do have brown. I'm going to use black though. Just going to try black. Oh, thank you, Latia.
Thank you, Letitia. Love you too.
So, okay. Alrighty. And I used my scrapbooking paper here. It's got some gesso on it, and you can't even tell. Can't even tell I used this as, as a painting paper. Can't even see it. That was funny. That was just too funny. Okay, let me dry these a little bit. They're not quite dry. Bye, honey. Bye, Latia. Have a good evening. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you for being here. I have lost my towel.
So, you girls doing anything in the chat room? What are y'all doing? Anybody crafting along with us tonight? Cheryl, what did you do? She was at the craft table. What did Cheryl do? These are a little damp. I'm going to have to let them dry a little bit. Hi, Violet. Hi, Beth and Teresa. Been lurking while fixed, and then ate dinner. Ready to settle down now. Woohoo! Knitting a washcloth. Violet had a little troll on the on Facebook this afternoon, and the troll took custody of her washcloth that she knitted. The little troll took over it. I saw that.
How'd your phone call go, Violet?
She just finished eating dinner. So what's everybody else doing? Or what are you going to do tomorrow? What's everybody going to do tomorrow? Now Thursday night, we are going to continue doing our felting, but we're going to be doing some cookie cutters. So if you have any felting, if you have the felting supplies, you can make an ornament by using just a cookie cutter. So I've got some cookie cutters here for Thursday night, all ready to go, and we're going to have fun felting on Thursday. On Thursday, we're going to felt on Thursday. Oh, Teresa, I got through the first time and had to call back and got put on hold and called them back again this evening and finally got it all taken care of. I hope. Valid phone call.
Well, I hope you did too, Violet.
Brittany says, my head hurts, so I'm just going to watch. I got my hair done after work. So that was nice. I needed a bad haircut bad. Okay, Brittany. Relax, honey. Relax. So I'm
What kind
just
of fabrics have you got, Susan?
Susan is sorting her fabrics right now and for some slow stitching. All right. I found a little sewing pack, a baggie full of little tiny snippets that my mom had, and I've got them in there laying on the bed, and I'm going to put the fabrics, some of them on my quilt. Some of the quilt pieces that she had in her stash, and I have them in my stash now. Mary wants to go get her hair done. I had mine done, what, about three weeks ago or so. I still pull it back in a ponytail. Two, four, six, seven, eight, nine, 10. Okay, I got 10 pieces. Susan said she's got all kinds of scraps. And I've told some of y'all before, if you send me a swatch of one of your favorite pieces, I will put it on my quilt, my granny quilt.
I done did.
And Teresa already did. I've got hers on there. 2 or 3. I think I got like 8 little squares, and they're all going on different little parts. I've got 3 of them down already. So don't.
Cutting out your hearts for it yet?
Huh?
Have you started cutting your hearts for it?
No, that's going to go on the back, and I'll do that last. I'm going to finish the top part first. That's right. I can cut squares and put them together. I'm going to use them on my granny quilt. My granny quilt that I got. So these are still a little damp, but I think I can work with them. And see, this is upright. Make sure they're all heading in the right direction. In the right direction. This is the way it's going to be. This way, and this way. And then I have all different sizes. And one's for the front and one's for the back. And this will be for the front. And I'm going to put them in stair steps order, because that's kind of what Lisa and Tanya did. They put theirs in stair step order. That's what they did.
I'll be right back. I've got to stir my dinner.
Okay. All right. So these two go back here. So they're in kind of a stair step order, and this will be the front. And I could tear it down a little bit more. So this is the book. And so it'll be like this. And I'm going to put my scrap papers on this side, these scrap papers here. But I'm going to ink my edges first, and I'm going to use my big ink pad to go around all of these. So I was debating on whether I should use black or dark brown. I do have brown. And I will have this all over me. Yep, I'm going to get it all over me. So that's good. Beth, are you still needing fabric? Well, I don't need any fabric. I was just asking for a small piece to put on my quilt. Have you seen my quilt? Has there anybody that has not seen my quilt yet? And I'll go get it. Hi, Joan. I have a granny quilt, and it's got all kinds of fabric on it, and so I'm mending my quilt. Let me go get it, and let's show it to you. I would love to show it to you. Twist my arm. Here, twist my arm. I'm going to put this over to the side so I don't get black ink on it. That's the last thing I need is black ink on it. I think I've got black ink on it from a pen, ink pen. So, okay, let me go get it. It's on my bed. It's a comeback for it's a it's an encore. It's always going to be an encore. I think it's all clean, dry enough to put it down. Technically, nothing will show on it. I'm going to make myself big. Since Teresa's gone to check her dinner. Let me make myself big. Okay. I have to get up and go to the other computer chair. So anyway, this is my granny quilt. She put this together when I was a little girl, and I think she bought some of these round circular pieces. I think she got them at a thrift shop in Florida because they used to go to Florida in the wintertime and then come back up home in the summer. And because she had some of these already made up, but she had to put them together. And then she made the quilt. So it's a circle. It's an 8-sided circle octagon. And so here's a good example of it's gone to shreds. It's threadbare, so it's dry rotting, I guess. So I've been stitching down and tacking some of the fabrics down, and I will replace this piece. I'm going to leave this on here for stability, and I'm going to put a new piece of fabric on top of this hole, and I'll cut it out to this shape. It'll be this shape, and I will just whip stitch it down. This piece here is a prime example of of replacing this square. Mom did this one and I did this one. This was Teresa's fabric. And so this is the center. That's the center. And my grandmother was not into quilting, going all the way across and coming back and forth. She was not into quilting that way, but she was into tie-ties. And if my mind, if I remember correctly, I think I did all the tie-ties on this quilt. I helped her do them because I was able to get on the floor and she wasn't. She says, "You get down there," and I would. She gave me the big old darning needle with all this white thread on it, and it was kind of like a embroidery thread, I guess. And then I would go into the middle of these circles and tie these and tie them in a knot. And this one's about ready to come off. I will replace this one when I'm done. And so here is another example of um, Janice Nash, Janet UK, sent me this little tag that she made out of fabric. And I had her in as a bookmark in one of my books. And I said, no, I'm putting her on the quilt. So I've got her sewed down on this big rip. There's a big rip right here, and I sewed her down on here. She also sent me some yellow polka dot fabric. So it's on here. Yes, it's all cotton, and it's cold. It's cold cotton to your face. It's beautiful, soft cotton. And then this piece here came from Teresa, and it fit this little square. So it's a hodgepodge. It's a misfit quilt, and that's me. That's all me. I'm a misfit. So I go around and I start, and this, see, these two fabrics are the same, and they're threadbare. You can see, you can read a newspaper through it. You can see through it. So I will replace these two little squares with some of the fabrics that I have from my mom's in her little bag that I found. So if anybody wants to be on my quilt, I just need a square piece, and I can cut it to fit where I need to fit. And yes, it was a doll tag, and she made these uh, it, uh, on her video. Yes, it's been well loved. And so anyway, it's cool and it's warm. So it's good on hot days and it's good on cold days. So this quilt is, so I've decided that this is more valuable to me than my other quilts that I have that are worth like $300 or $400. This is more valuable to me than those. And this is a scrappy quilt. But if anybody wants to send me just enough, just an envelope size piece, I will put it on here. And there's lots of this one here. I've been covering this particular fabric up because it's also threadbare. All of these, and this was a piece of white, and it looks like it was a pillowcase. It reminds me of fabric that you would use for a pillowcase. But see, there's four of those here, so I can replace all four of these, when I'm ready. And I like to sew in the mornings. I sew a little bit. If I can just sew one quilt, one square in the morning and one square at night, I'll have this done before you can think about it. And here's another piece. This fabric here is also dry rotting, and it's threadbare. And so I will replace this with another piece. But they're all so different and fun. And so if this is here is coming apart right here, and I've been stitching it back together, and I've been doing like crazy quilt stitches. And I'll do a blanket stitch, and then I'll do a whip stitch on one, and I'll do a different stitch on any of them. They're all kinds of stitches. And I've got my mother's stitch book, and there's probably 100 different types of stitches. And I tried doing, and then there's another problem, and it's on the back side. So the back side is this, and it's a little red rosebud. It's a little red rosebud type of a flower on there. It's more like a little clover. It's red and black, might be dark green. I think it's red and black.
It looks like that.
It's a little clover. Well, this is also very, very thin. It's getting thin too, and there's a lot of little rips on the back, and especially where the tie-ties were on the back side, ripped. See if I can find one. So I've been mending on this side too, and sewing the other side and sewing the back down to the other side, in different designs and circles and squares and things. And this was a hole on this side. So I sewed it all the way through and put the stitches on the back for extra strength. And anyway, I'm going to eventually. There's a lot of holes back here. See this? There's a hole here, and this is where a tie was, and it ripped apart from the tie thread. So I will probably do a circle around this and darn that hole, and the circle will be exactly in the center of this round center circle. So I will stitch like around here, and then I will replace the new and put new ties on all of the new ties, and then on the back side, it's going to be darned areas. So I'm going to cut and use red fabrics, and I'm going to use all kinds of red fabrics on the back and make little hearts. And I'm going to darn all the little holes that are back here. I'm going to darn them with hearts, and I'm going to quilt them on, and the heart will show on this side in the thread, and the red heart will be stitched on in the back. So it'll give it more stability and strength. So eventually it's going to be quilted quite a bit, and it's going to receive new ties. And about a year before my mom passed away, I gave this quilt to her, and she put this seam binding on the camera doesn't like it. She put this white seam binding on all the way around the quilt, and it's a full size double blanket. It's a full size, and and every time I wash it, some of the threads come undone. So I've been stitching that back on, and so my mom has stitched on this as well. She repaired some of the holes for me. So there's my granny quilt. So I told everybody, if you want to send me just one piece of your favorite piece, your favorite piece of fabric, just one little piece in one envelope with one stamp is all I need, nothing major. And I've got plenty of other fabrics. I've got plenty of other quilt fabrics and things. And but I will put you on my granny quilt. And this granny quilt, um, I've decided that if anything happens to me and I ever, I'm talking about in 20 years, okay? If anything ever happens to me and I need to go to the nursing home, this quilt's going with me. Yes, it is. It's all hand stitched. There is some sewing machine involved on some of these quilts pieces. You can see that it looks like a sewing machine, but all of the other stitches are hand. Very few. There's very few sewing fabric, and the like I said, the threads are real. They're dry rotted. A lot of it's dry rotted. So I'm replacing everything that I can and loving on it. So this will be my family community quilt, because it's a family quilt, and then you guys are my community, so it's going to be a community family quilt. and I'll take you with me. We're to the very end. So, and this piece here, my mom put this piece on, and I just don't like it on the back side. It's okay on the front, but not the back. So there was a rip, and she darned this rip. So I'm going to take a piece of red and probably a heart and disguise this as a heart and cover the green up. But I'm going to leave that on there for thickness because it's thin. It's thin. There is a little quilt in the middle of it, but it's dry rotted and a lot of it's missing. And it's probably in the dryer lint. It's that kind of a ordeal. So if there's a big hole somewhere and there's a big wad uh, of uh, of a blanket inside here, and right there it is. I remember the sheet that she used to put in the middle. I remember her sewing this, and if it balls up anywhere, I'll take and pull it out the hole and cut it off so it doesn't ball up everywhere because I can't take it apart and put a new sandwich. I can't sandwich it back together originally. But anyway, it's a lot of fun to play with and to work on, and it's a nice little project. And there's no hurry, It's slow stitching. It's real slow stitching. So let me get Teresa back, see what she's doing. Uh, there we go. Let's see what Teresa's doing.
I am gluing.
Gluing down.
Gluing it down.
So.
Cutting up, gluing up. Take it apart, put it back together.
Ta-da! Yes, it is Journey. Three generations, and I could very easily say four, because my grandmother took care of her mother-in-law in the summer times, and I don't know if grandmother Jackson, if she worked on this quilt or not, but she was definitely in the same house with it, and I don't know if she worked on it and helped Nana with it or not, but it very could well be four generations on that quilt. And I can remember my great grandmother tatting with the little bobbin, tatting, making lace. I sure do, and she could do it. She could do it in her sleep. She do it. I mean, I don't know if she did. Her vision wasn't all that good or not, but she did. She did. She tatted in her, made lace. So anyway, I'm gonna get my book back out and finish inking the edges. And I'm going to try the brown. Oh, that's purple. Is that? Yeah, that's chocolate chip brown. Just out of curiosity. Yep. So now Teresa's got a spiral notebook, isn't it? And using it for a glue book.
This is a mixed media pad.
Oh, it is mixed media? Okay.
It's a mixed media. $5 at Walmart, y'all.
Okay.
They have them at Dollar Tree. Also, the sketch pads at Dollar Tree. But the pages are really, really thin.
Okay.
So they would make a great glue book, but they didn't have any when I got these. So I got me, this is a new one because my other one, I just kind of almost got it filled up. So right now I'm just doing glue. I'm doing a gluey page.
Okay.
Putting some. I'm putting envelope and uh, London and braille and embossing. I'm putting a little bit of everything there.
Okay. I like the brown better than the black, so because of the brown cardboard shows a little bit. So
Niche and Lisa's sepia.
yes, that's what Lisa likes is that sepia. It's a red brown
Yeah, I
color.
like the sepia myself. I think it really makes pages pop when you
Yep.
use the sepia. It doesn't overpower
Uh-huh.
whenever you use it. It does. It's not like it overpowers or anything. So I like the sepia too. Um, it draws your eye without overpowering
It
everything.
does.
I'm not doing any of that. I'm just doing some glues. I'm just gluing. I got to go back and finish watching Lisa's and Tanya's video and work on my on my book. But
Did they stream again today?
no, I don't think so. I think Tanya's already left Lisa.
She's already taken off.
I'm not sure. I missed where they were talking about when she was supposed to go, but I
Yeah.
know Darren said his wife had been kidnapped and he hadn't seen her since Friday.
I'm tearing my stamp pad up, so I got to quit rubbing it and just pat it.
Right.
I didn't know it was going to tear it up. Oops.
It depends on what it's made from.
I'm using my art supplies. I don't care if it tears it up because that means I'm using them. I
Right.
did invest in these Stampin' Up ink pads 2 years ago or 3 years ago. I did invest in these pads because they're really, really good. And they're called from Stampin' Up. And I just felt like it was a worthy purchase. And I'm glad I did because I use them every day and they're right here. And I just buy the re-inkers from either Ranger or Tim Holtz ink refills and or from Stampin' Up refills, and then I just add more ink to these pads. But I've had them a long time, so if they do tear up, then I will, eventually I might replace them, but I don't need to just yet. They're they're still working good for me. And I probably should not be doing it inking my edges with this away. I should use the little. I got the little round thing and the little handle, and the little felt pads. I've got all that, but I just felt it was a waste of time, and this was so much quicker doing it this way. So this one, this one got my vote, but I have to press it on and not rub it on. Is what I have to do. And it sort of absorbs the ink. It absorbs. Okay, you still have original Stampin' Up ink pads from 2004. Woohoo, Brittany! They're still wet and it's amazing. You don't use them very often. I know. Wow, that's wonderful. And of course, when you store them, when you do this, you flip it upside down, and the ink always goes to the top of the pad. and you put that on your shelf like that, and then when you open it, the ink is always on top of the pad, not at the bottom of the base. So that's one good thing about these, the way they're made. I like them. So this is going to be the back. And let me put my book together. So I need to think about what else I could do for this red, if I should. Let me think. Let me think. What else could I do on this? Or just leave the red and let it be an accent and go ahead and tear my papers up. And some of my paper are going to go to the edges. Oh, you have 12 of them? I just have 6. I just have the primaries. So I think I'm going to go ahead and put my scrapbook papers on here and tear these up. And Lisa was tearing them up in different directions and different styles of tearing. And I do have some rulers that tear. This one is a little ruler. It's made by Plaid, and they make Scotch tape. And I got it at the secondhand store. And it's got a scallop on this side, a bigger scallop, and then a little scallop on this side. And I think I've used this side before. So let's go ahead and do some of these.
I can't get my thread to come loose.
And here's what it looks like after you tear it. It looks like decorative scissors. Looks like you cut it with decorative scissors. So I'm just going to cut these up in this type of strips. And they will vary. They will vary. And I've got 10 pages, so I just need, I guess, 10 of these. There's 4.
It's stuck in here, so I'm thinking I may have to cut it to pull it off because it's just not, it's stuck in the plastic here.
Yeah.
So
Get the tweezers. You got any tweezers?
Oh, yeah, somewhere. Got pliers too.
Well, sometimes there you go. That's what you need. Yank her out of there. Yank her out, Teresa.
I'm gonna try. I can't guarantee anything. Because my hands won't let me grip things anymore. Nope, not gonna let me.
Do you have one of those seam rippers?
Somewhere.
Use a pointy tool or a pin.
Got 3 or 4 of them somewhere.
You could use a pin to get it out, a stick pin. I got faith in you. I know you can do it.
Oh, yeah, I'll get it. I just don't know when I'll get it. I got to get started on it, though, because this is the thread I had to get for my honey's quilt.
Oh, yeah. Teresa's got a quilt that her daughter made or granddaughter?
No, my daughter bought it for my husband when she was about 9 years old.
And he still has it.
And it's traveled all over the United States and Canada.
Oh.
It's been a traveling quilt.
So this one, there's 2, 4, 6, 8. 10. I got 10 pieces of this in the, or I could tear it this way. I think I'm going to try it this way. And I do have other rulers. I've got another ruler here that is it's It's a oh, Teresa sent me this. Look, Teresa.
I know. I remember,
It's
Bethany.
got a curvy side to it, so I'm gonna try. I
It's got
forget.
20 different sides, doesn't it?
No, it's got two different
Well,
sides,
no,
and
it's
then
not.
it's a ruler. It's as well, but
Take
it's got
that one.
felt on the back on the bottom, like little grippy felt, and it's got a curvy side and then a little curvy side, a big curve and a little curve. So let's try this, and I might go this direction. Let's try this direction. Yeah, that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. We're going to just do it this way.
We're great kids when you need them, right?
Yeah.
I
And then
think
there's
they
a
get
little
my dad.
curvy. I'm going to use that. This is like those decorative scissors.
I figured you forgot you had that.
I forgot. Well, I knew I had it, but I forgot it came from you. I'm glad I wrote it on. That's why I'm just saying I get so much stuff from everybody. I love getting stuff, and I love using your things, and uh, and it's a treat to get to remember you. It's a treat.
Right. It's like my my children are going to have a field day whenever they start, whenever something happens to me, because
Uh huh.
they're going to go through everything and say, "This is mine. This is mine." Especially my youngest granddaughter, she is a crafter. She's like her grandmother. She loves to craft and she loves to cook.
Yeah.
So, um, and I tell you, it's fun. It's fun with them because they call me from Michigan, which is where they are, is about 15 hours from here.
Yeah.
Find out how I cook something.
Yep.
Well, ask your mama. She knows. And by now they ought to know.
It's an excuse to call you.
Oh no, they don't need an excuse. They can call me anytime. They know that.
I know, but it gives us something to talk about.
Well, my youngest granddaughter says, "Granny," they call me Granny. Okay. She goes, "Granny, how do you cook frog legs?" I said, "Very carefully, because if you're not careful, they will jump out of the pan." She thought I was joking.
Hard and fast.
She thought I was joking about it, but they will.
Yeah.
They will jump at you.
And then I think this last piece, I'll just do it by hand.
Like, I'm going to get this piece of thread off of here.
And I do have stamps. I could put real stamps on this. I'm going to get them out. I'm going to use my collectible stamps. I'm going to get these out. These are used collectible stamps. And I bought them from like that Mystic Stamp Company. So here we go. We've got I could do four piles of paper and just a pile.
I'm not a quilter. I need somebody to tell me which needle to use to quilt with.
Oh, just a sharp one.
My aunt used to tell me which needle I could quilt with. She'd thread it and everything. And then as she got older, she'd say, "Here, a thread. Put that thread through that eye."
Oh, I know. I used to have a ribbon uh, on the back of my grandmother's chair, and I would sit and thread her 10 needles and put them in the ribbon and hang them beside her chair. And then when she went to the nursing home, I did the same thing and hung it by the side of her bed. And she could always get a needle and thread because she could sew, she just couldn't thread the needle.
Right.
So I've
Unfortunately,
always done
a
that.
needle threader. Okay.
I have a needle threader now. Yeah, that's what I used.
But just thinking back, at all the things that um, I used to be able to do.
Oh,
But
this is going to be great. Okay,
before I
so
started school, my
this
aunt
is
and I would sit out here at her quilt frame. She had some. I don't know if y'all ever seen them before. They were like they were flour cans, and they were
10.
they were flour cans where you get big cans of flour in it, where they would separate it out into bags in stores.
Right.
Okay, and they would weigh it and all that kind of stuff. Well, she had those, and we used them as stools.
Uh huh. Uh
So
huh.
so we'd sit around um her quilting frame, which came down over her bed, and we'd sit at her quilting frame, and we would uh, quilt.
Yeah.
And she taught me how to do rainbows.
Every stitch counts.
She taught me the rainbow
That's
stitch
great.
for quilting, because nowadays people use machines to quilt. Back
I know it. They have a pattern, and the quilt. It's like it's computerized.
back then they didn't have machines to quilt,
Uh huh.
and she had a treadle machine,
Yeah.
and she she kind of taught me how to sew on it. She wouldn't let me use it too often.
Uh huh.
I wasn't bad with it. She just would
It
tell
was
me, don't
temperamental. Yeah.
sew your fingers.
Exactly.
Same thing my mama told me. And so she'd say, "Don't sew your fingers. Let me get it started," because her machine, you'd have to grab the wheel and turn it.
Yes, and
Get
then it would go fast on you. Yeah.
it right. So her machine, you would have to start it with the wheel, and she would have to start it for me because she was afraid I'd get my fingers caught in the belt because the belt went around the wheel.
Brittany says, I'm 30 years old and I just learned how to use a needle threader today.
Oh my goodness, Brittany.
Oh,
You
you need my little needle threader. Oh my gosh. Let me run and get my needle threader. Brittany, you'll love it.
are
It's
you gonna send it
it's
to me,
cool. It's not the wire. It doesn't have a wire. I break all the wires. Always break the wire.
Yeah, the wires are easy to break.
Yeah, they always break them.
So anyway, this here quilt, my daughter was about 9, maybe 10 years old when she bought it for my husband. She is 44 years old now. Um, so this is an old quilt, and like best quilt, it's coming apart. And if anybody knows what roll tide is, they'll know this quilt because it's got elephants, footballs, and helmets on it.
Is that a school quilt?
University of Alabama. So
Okay.
if anybody knows what roll tide is, they're going to know what this quilt stands for. And my daughter, she's an Auburn fan, so it was a lot for her to give him this quilt. She spent every penny of her birthday money on him that year for his birthday. She saved all her money, and she had $50, a little over $50, and she spent 50 of it on this quilt.
Wow.
Yeah. So he still got it, and I'm fixing it now. Or I'm going to try to fix it if my fingers will let me. And best I can do is just try, right?
Yeah. Well, Brittany, this here is a needle threader, and it's called a witch, stitch witch, WITCH. And it's got a little foot pedal right here, and it's got a place to put your thread. It's plastic, but you take your needle and you put the hole into the little spout, and then you take your thread and you lay it right in between here on the mechanism, and then you push the pedal down, and it pushes the thread through the needle with this little device here. When you push down, this little wire goes through, and then it leaves the thread. So you pull the thread, and then you pull it up, and your needle is threaded,
Well,
and
I
then
need
you're
one
and
of
you're
those.
ready to sew.
I need one of those, Beth.
I love it. I got this in one of those crazy magazines that has all the gadgets and gizmos in them.
Well, that don't
And
none whatsoever.
I think I have the box right here. I think I've got the box. And it works. And I love it. And I found out about it through a patient. I used to do home health care, and I'd go to people's houses and take care of people. And this lady had this little gizmo in her sewing box, and I said, "Oh, I want one of those." And it is. It's called a needle threader witch, the automatic needle threader. And when I bought these, I think I bought about 10 of them. They weren't that expensive. And made in Germany. Made in Germany. And I bought like 10 of them and gave them away to everybody in my family for Christmas. I said, if you don't have one of these, you need one.
Exactly.
Everybody needs one of these. And you can take it apart. This slides off, and you can put it back in the box. But since I've been sewing, I've got it on my nightstand. So yes, it's an automatic needle threader. I'll show it to you again. You put it's a little mechanism. It's got a little foot pedal right here, and the wire comes through the neck right there. So you take your needle, and you take the hole of the needle, and you put it in here. Now you don't want to store your needle in here because you'll end up laying your hand down on top of it, and it hurts. So whenever my needle is not in use, I put that in my pin cushion. Never store your needle in this thing because you will lay your hand or your arm or you'll poke yourself. Just saying. There's your tip of the day. So anyway, I put my thread right there. You can, and then you lay your thread across the neck, this little neck right here, and you push the pedal, and the wire comes out right there, and then you lift the pedal off, let the pedal go back, and the wire goes back, and then it's left a little loop of thread right there. Right there's a loop of thread. So you take that little loop of thread and you pour it out till the end comes out like that. And then when you lift your needle out of here, voila, it's threaded. And it'll come off because there's a slit right in the back of this, and it'll come off, and then you cut your thread and you put a knot in your thread. And that is a needle threader. So let me find my scissors here. So I just take a little snip, and then I tie a knot in my thread, and I can put this in my pincushion ready to go. It's ready to go for the quilt. It's a needle threader witch. That's it. Yes, it is. And this is the box that it came in. So just Google it and see who sells it. And I think it was one of those Bel Air magazines that has all of the different kind of house slippers and little funky things that you need around the house. So yeah, Brittany's in here.
Wish has them for $2.14.
$2.14 on wish.com.
And Etsy has them for $16.
They can be they don't need to be expensive. So yeah, I would spend $2, but I wouldn't spend no $16 for it. But anyway, that'll go back into my bedroom.
But they're vintage.
Well, I guess, but they're still making them.
Right, they still make them. Maxi Aids has them for $2.95.
There you go. Just Google them.
Right.
So Violet's got one in it. How much is Violet's? $4.99 on Amazon.
All right.
Oh, these are self-threading needles. Now I've seen the self-threading needles, and they have a little notch on the end of the needle, and you can slip your thread down through that. I've seen that too. I've seen those, but I don't know that I have any. But I got my needle threader. So okay, here we go. So back to my inking. Am I going to get done?
$2.95.
That's a good buy.
$7.99. This is all on Amazon, by the way.
Yeah.
One of them's $2.95, $2.95, and the other one's $7.99 on Amazon. Can you believe it? The same thing.
Yeah. Well, you know, when when Amazon gets enough searches together, when people start searching for things, and they reach a certain number of searches, they start raising prices. I've seen that happen a few times.
Yep. Like that book, that antiquarian book.
Yep. Yep.
It went from $8 to $18.
Yep.
Like overnight.
But you know, it's worth $20. That book, that is one book. That sticker book is one book that is totally worth $18. And some of those stickers would look good in this book too. That reminds me, maybe I need to get it out too.
There you go.
I will. I'm gonna get it out right now because I'm gonna put some of these stamps and some of these type of stickers on them. I think it would look great in this book. That's the look I'm going for. Isn't that good to know? Okay, so I was inking the edges. I've got to ink the edges of these things. So that's what I'm doing. I'm inking the edges. Now, using paper, the cardboard was tearing the foam up on my ink pad, but the paper is not. So it was just that cardboard. So, we have had fun tonight, guys.
I'm a girl.
Girls and guys. It's universal. There should be a universal.
Consistent.
What would be a universal word for group?
Persons.
Huh?
Persons.
Persons. But that's no fun to say. You guys is you persons. Okay, you persons.
Well,
Listen
girls
up
is
here.
just people.
You see, you persons. I think guys is unisex. It should be both, guys and gals. Anyway, when I say guys, I meant all y'all. All y'all. I'll just start saying all y'all. That
Y'all.
would work. That would work.
Adjective.
So we've had a good time tonight. I have really had a lot of fun. Got a lot of stuff done. Now I think I'm going to ink all of these in a different shade. And I
Okay.
think that would create interest. And I've got two more shades. I've got purple. Oh, I have three more shades. I have purple, green, and blue. And I've got three more piles of tone papers.
I don't
So
like
they're all getting a shade.
I do not like this thread.
Well, they don't make thread like they used to.
I agree. They make it to where they want to irritate me with it.
So what are you having for dinner tonight?
Our storms are getting here.
Are you getting more storms tonight?
Yeah, it was tornado warnings tomorrow.
What you fix for dinner tonight?
Chicken and noodles.
Oh, okay. And you're going to have rice?
No, chicken and noodles.
Oh, I thought you said you substituted your noodles for something.
No, I didn't. Not tonight.
Okay.
I usually do. I started substituting with zucchini noodles.
Uh-huh.
So, what you need, Gizmo? You see this quilt in here again? You see Mama holding the quilt again? Think you're supposed to hold Mama? Gizmo thinks he's supposed to hold me when I'm quilting, working on this quilt. He's looking over there. I just know he will. Rick must have went outside to smoke a cigarette. He goes outside and smokes. Gizmo comes and tells on him.
Well, you quit smoking, didn't you?
Oh yeah, it's been almost 3 years. May will be 3 years.
Whew. I remember when you went in for your throat surgery.
Oh yeah. And the doctor kept telling me I need to quit smoking. I told him I don't smoke. Yeah.
It's bad for us.
Smoke. I don't smoke. I did smoke, but I quit that. I did. I don't get preachy with anybody that does smoke. I know how it feels to smoke. So, but I tell you what, I've been able to buy me some dyes and stuff from my machine since I quit smoking. I buy me stuff that I like now instead of stuff that makes a habit. Well, I guess it is a habit because I like die cuts and doing die cuts for other people.
Yeah.
I enjoy that.
I'm still inking.
I've been looking for me a lap quilt frame so that this see my little bitty frame. It's hard to get it on and off of here,
Uh-huh.
but it's since these are appliques on this quilt.
Put it up in front of the camera again.
Hang on just a second.
Oh, you're working on it right now.
I am. I'm working on it. Let's see. Here's one of the elephants,
Oh,
and that's the one I got the frame around right now.
and you're re-going around the edges of it.
Right. I have to because see, like this helmet right here.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
go around. Most of them I've got to go back around them, so I'll probably do them all. So I'll probably go around all of them then. But yeah, I went and got. He wants his quilt back, so I told him if he'd take me to Walmart and get me some thread and needles.
Yeah.
So he took me to Walmart, got me thread and needles. But I do not like this thread. It's the only one they had that would even come close to what I needed for the quilt here.
And thread's expensive.
Tell me about it. And it's really cheap. It's really cheap thread, I'm telling you.
And then it's cheap. I tell you, I got my great aunt. I got her sewing box,
Oh,
and I cherish the thread in the bottom of her box. I cherish that thread because it will not break in your hands. It's like polyester thread. They don't make it anymore like that, and they're on the wooden spools.
well, this right here is 100% polyester, but it's lousy thread.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, that ought to do, but it drags. I don't know if it's like it's rough, it drags, and it catches like it's got a knot in it, but it doesn't.
Uh-huh.
You can't pull it through, so you have to cut it off. So later on, when I can, I'll go and see if I can find me some prettier thread to do this
Bye,
with.
Journey. Have a good evening, honey. See you later.
Bye, Journey.
This is going to be a really cute book after I get all this inked. I can't wait to get it the glue part.
I guess I could get up here so y'all could see what I was doing, right?
Yeah, that's what we want to see.
I'm sorry. I just was not thinking. I'm so used to having it in my lap and listening to the TV.
They're getting tired of me with this ink pad.
I doubt it.
At least I'm showing what I'm doing. Woohoo! It's real hard. It's kind of messy. It's a little bit messy.
I'm just
But I clean up real good. Honest, I clean up real good.
I'm stitching around it. That's all I'm doing and everything. But it's much easier to whip stitch around it with a hoop on it than it is if you just try to whip stitch around it otherwise. There we go again. It wants to be catchy, but it likes to catch.
Uh-huh.
It does. It likes catch on everything. So even though it had a kind of a creamy white thread on it to begin with, I'm going back with a silver gray.
Susan said to run your thread through a candlestick, and it'll wax the thread, and it won't stick. It won't get knotted up anymore.
Oh, thank you. I've been looking for some beeswax, but I can't find any.
That stuff's like gold.
It is, and I wish I could find some. I just need a little bit for my thread.
Right.
You used to find it pretty easily, like it
Yeah.
won't do that with. But I can't find any of it here. Even our beekeepers don't sell their beeswax. I guess they process it once they process it or something. I don't know.
My brother used to have bees, and I got one year. He gave me his beeswax, and but he doesn't do the bees anymore. So I cherish it. I do have a little bit of beeswax, but I use it in my encaustic art.
Yeah. Well,
And
here, this right here, it wouldn't take much, just enough. But I should have
yeah,
thought about a candle, but I
well,
really didn't think
you have
about
a
it. Well,
you have
thank
a
you so much for telling me that.
you got a little tea light. I keep a tea light in my craft box.
Well, I need to get one. I got one in the freezer.
I used to rub it on my art pages to keep my pages from sticking together. When I used to use Mod Podge,
Uh-huh.
my pages would stick together. The Mod Podge, and then I learned about the varnish gloss, and I quit using Mod Podge as a coverall on my pages now. And I would, on top of the Mod Podge, I would rub the wax, the candle, all over the page, and then it would keep the pages from sticking too much. That's what I did with my wax. Oh, Susan said she has an old candle that she uses for her threads.
Oh, thank you, Violet. I appreciate that. It won't take much. I just need enough to run this thread through because it's gonna take me forever already to do this.
Oh, Violet's got some beeswax.
This is a twin size quilt and everything, and I'm just my fingers aren't gonna do me well with it, but I know as long as I can keep it together. Somebody somewhere someday may decide that they um, will redo it properly. And I thought about getting some material and just redoing the appliques, but I think I think it's better to leave the appliques because I think I don't think it's going to work because as you can see this quilt is stained and it's been through everything. It has been to Canada, and the
Now,
only the
who who
thing that it
who
has not been.
did your daughter make the quilt?
No, she bought it.
Okay,
She was about
somebody at
old.
school. They were selling them at school.
She was about 9 years old, and she bought it from a lady, um, an elderly lady. Uh, that that's how she made her living. Is she made quilts,
Oh,
and,
okay.
and she did specialty quilts. And we stopped by her house and was looking because when she made a quilt, she would hang it out on her clothesline
I see.
so you could see it.
Uh huh. That is so cool. That's a cool story. That is. That's neat. I'm on the last
I
little
know,
batch here.
I know it did, Violet. I tell you what, uh, I made I made a couple of these little squares right here. They're nowhere as small as yours, but I couldn't go any further than that because my hands just wouldn't crochet for me.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that's what I said. It's already going to take me a while to get this done and everything because I know I've got to stop and rest and flex my fingers. And they said the only thing they can do is if the shots don't work. And they said usually they don't work but about 4 months, but it only worked for a couple of weeks. And then they said the other thing they can do is surgery. And I really don't want to have surgery. I've had enough surgery.
Uh, so, is there tingling in your hands?
Yes, I have tingling in it. Mostly it's pain and burning. It
Have
feels like
Have you? Do you have a sitting up problem like I do? I don't sit up straight, and I slunch over,
no, I
and
don't do either.
I have a real bad slouching issue. And when I sprained my shoulder uh, a couple months ago, I went to the chiropractor, and he explained to me that the nerves run some of the nerves that run down your hand to your hands goes right under the collarbone and on top of the first vertebrae in your chest, and then it goes to the shoulder and then down your arm. And what we lose that muscle control that from sitting up straight and rolling your shoulders back just an inch, you open up that space between the collarbone and the first vertebra. And
Right.
and when I do that, the numbness down my hand goes away immediately.
Yeah.
And when I slunch back over and pinch it again, my fingers will go numb again. And it's getting better because I sprained my shoulder, and it all and the only thing you can do for a sprain is do complete rest. Well, you can't rest your arms completely. You cannot give your arms bed rest completely because you use your arms to brush your teeth, and you use your arms to eat with, and you just can't give it rest, but you can, try to give it a rest. And that's how I got my shoulder back in, from being pain. My pain is completely gone, but I got a little bit of numbness in these two fingers. And when I sit up straight and roll my shoulders back, like sitting up straight, my numbness goes away, and I forget and I slouch. So I sit up. I remind myself to sit up. It's hard. It's hard to sit up. So now I'm going to start gluing these things down.
Now mine is called trigger finger,
Uh-huh.
where if I try to see, I can't close my hands all the way. If I close my hands all the way, then these three fingers stick down
Okay.
on both hands, and they get stuck, and I have to pull them out. And,
Wow.
and that hurts.
I bet it does. I bet it does.
And it's kind of like when you pop a knuckle or something. Um, but anyway, they what they'll have to do is go in and cut the tendons to each one of my fingers,
Oh, wow.
and somehow they have to stretch them out or lengthen them some way. And I'm not really sure how they do that because I didn't get into that with them. To and then go and repair them to where they won't do that anymore.
I
And that's the
see.
only way to fix it. And I'm not ready to give up crafting for 6 weeks on each hand. So
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. But Joe,
wow.
he's used his hands all his life, and he worked at a refinery. So when he used his hands, it was with oversized tools, big wrenches and hammers and things. And so he has.
Cheryl posted, Beth.
Okay.
Hang
but
on.
but he's used his hands, in all his life.
Oh, that's cool, Cheryl.
um let's
Can you see it?
see. I'm getting there. I'm looking for it. Groups. Cheryl, uh she did, some ACT cards. Aren't they cute? They were prompts from Janet Nash's game on Monday. They were the prompts. Way to go, Cheryl. That's nice. That's all I see for now. Okay.
Did you see Gizmo laying on the quilt while I was trying to sew? He makes it very difficult to slow stitch. He makes it really slow stitching.
So now I'm going to put a stamp on here. And what was the other thing I was going to put on here? The stamp and the stickers. I was going to put a sticker on here. So let's just open up this and see what we get. There's a dragonfly.
Along with that, I also have I forget what it's called, but I have it both in my feet and my hands, and it's from diabetes. Um, it, but let's see, I've
Is that
had
a neuropathy?
neuropathy, and I
That
have
it?
it both in my hands and in my feet.
Oh,
So part of it's neuropathy, part of it's the trigger, but they call it trigger finger, but it's got another name.
uh-huh. So look at that, guys. I love it.
That is kind of cool right there.
And then the other side is
Would you
the
do make the Leaning Tower of Pisa?
yeah.
That's what it reminds me of. Pisa, the
Oh,
Leaning
you
Tower.
talk about this piece?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that was going to dry. Next. One down, nine to go. I love it. Okay, what's next? Okay, so and I can
Pray
show
for you, Susan.
I need this one and this one.
Susan. I totally understand.
This one.
They say what they wanted to do about it, Susan. Susan says she has an enlarged aorta.
Oh, okay. That's not that's something you have to keep watching. Yeah.
My dad had aortic aneurysm.
Yeah, that's what happens when that
The walls of it,
creates a bubble and breaks. Mhm.
right? He had an aortic aneurysm. That's what he died from, um, because the lining got really thin and caused it to keep growing and growing. But my dad couldn't undergo surgery, so he just had to be careful, and they kept
Yeah.
an eye on it, but they couldn't put him even asleep uh, to do a patch over it or anything.
Uh-huh. All right. There's two. This is going to go faster now.
Yeah, getting it all figured out and auditioning everything and putting it where it belongs. Yeah.
It don't take me long to find a spot. I think I got one, two, three, four pieces, a stamp, and a sticker. And it's going to be a mushroom.
Yeah, Susan, I know what you're talking about the aorta and everything, but you got to be really careful. Um, and you just have to trust your surgeon if you decide.
Okay. The next one.
Very aggravating, Sue. Very aggravating. The these two on this hand and these three on this hand, I have trigger finger in them. So I got it in both hands, and it's and I know what's going to happen. I've got to go back to wearing my brace and everything. It's getting to where I can't sleep.
It's
When I go
keeping
to
you awake.
and,
Yep.
and I'll go to sleep, and in just a few minutes, my hands are hurting so bad it wakes me up.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to go back and get my brace and wear it and everything. So
That's what my dentist always says, you have any teeth pain? And if I say yes, he says, "Does it wake you up at night?" That lets him know the pain level you're in. If it's a yes, then he knows he's got to fix it.
Right.
If it's a no, then then I just need to use my Sensodyne toothpaste more.
It's got a, he has to put shots of cortisone um, and steroids in my hands. And I'm telling you, those shots hurt.
Oh
Those
gosh.
shots, oh my gosh, I cried. I cried. And I'm not a crier, but I
Yeah.
cried over that one.
I went to the dentist one time. This was up north before we came down here, and he was doing a filling, and usually, after he gives you a shot, you know, I jumped, and or after he gave me the shot, and he waited a minute, and then he started working on my tooth, and I jumped, and he goes, "Oh, you feel that?" And I go, "Yeah." He says, "Well, you shouldn't feel that. I gave you a big enough shot." And so he says, "I'll give it a minute and let it settle down." And he went out of the room and come back in and started working on my tooth again, and I started crying, and
Uh-huh.
he says, "Beth, are you crying?" And I went, "Uh-huh." He says, "What's wrong?" And I said, "It hurts." And he kind of got mad at me. He
Well,
got mad at me.
it hurts.
He says, "It shouldn't hurt." And I said, "Well, what do you want me to do about it? It hurts." I was crying. I was trying to behave, and he was not very nice to me that day. It's like
Well, I
it's like
tell
I'm not here for my looks, that's for sure. Good night.
I used to
I
have a
said, "I'm
dentist.
sorry, but it did. It hurt. It was hitting the nerve."
I used to have a dentist who'd tell me, now if it hurts, you let me know. I can't feel it. And when it hurt, I'd tell him it hurt. He said, "Are you sure it's hurting?"
I
And
know.
and I'd tell him, "Yes, I'm sure it's my mouth you're playing around in here." And so um, he finally ended up having to give me laughing gas.
Oh yeah.
He told me, he says, "You're going to feel like you've had tea martinis."
Oh no.
And he says, "You'll tell me all of your secrets." And of course you don't, but he carried on his name was Dr. Ballman. And he was carrying on, of course, and telling me I'd tell him all my secrets and everything. Which I told him, I says, "I don't care if you know my secrets. I ain't got none, but hey, yeah, you can know them if you want to." So we we did have a good time, and he was really good, and I didn't really care for the laughing gas because it made
Did-
my face swell up.
oh. Now, when you have the laughing gas, do you feel the pain?
Oh yeah, you feel the pain. It's just you just don't care.
Okay.
You don't care if you feel the pain then.
Okay.
But
I guess you don't remember the pain afterwards.
oh yeah,
You do? Okay.
between that and the shot, it wasn't bad. So I like that green trim. It goes very very well with this card.
Oh, good.
See,
Looks good. Cute.
see my green flower on there too.
Yeah.
It goes good with my green flower. And then I got my lighthouse, and I've got to get me some beads to go on it. And then my roses, I got to find some beads for it. I'm not real crazy about sending out the you know putting just clear beads on it because they don't really show up. It's already a non-color.
Uh huh.
Um, I want to find some pretty beads to go on it. So and uh, Janet's book. See, Janet got my little butterfly book. See,
I'm loving these pages, guys. Absolutely loving them.
I did hers with
Hi,
pearls
Sue.
and
Hi, Sue.
crystals. I did Janet's with pearls and crystals on it, and and I did Renee's with the pearls and multicolors. But see, you can't really see the crystals on that.
Uh-huh. Well, they're clear. Yeah.
Yeah, they're clear. So I think a non-color on a non-color just doesn't work out well. So, but I like the pearl and crystal together on the dangle. So now for this one, for the I'm gonna find a different color to go with it. Thank you, Cheryl.
Oh, that is awesome, Susan. I'm so happy to hear that. Uh, yes. She said she doesn't suffer from chronic depression anymore because uh, the group the group art group helps her with that. That is awesome. It helps me with me too.
Yeah, it does. I think it helps all of us a lot
Uh,
with all the
hmm
ailments and everything, because especially now when we've all had to stay at home and so much stuff has been happening around us and all that. So I don't know about y'all, but I've had some family members that have passed away from this disease. And I've got family members that tell me, "Oh, it's not real," and I told them, I said, "Let me tell you something. You may not believe that you may think it's some kind of a government hoax or something like that, but believe it, it is real. I don't care where you believe it came from. You can believe it's real because I've had family members die from this stuff and,
yeah.
and everything. So, um, and they scare me when they don't believe it. You know,
Uh-huh.
they scare me when they don't believe, and so with all this that's going on right now and everything, like I said, um, I think it's helped us all being in the groups and
Yeah. Yeah.
talking with each other and being able to lean on each other. You know,
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
think I think it's made us family.
Yeah, it has. It's
I
it's
don't know if anybody else feels like that, but I think
it,
it's made us family.
and it I don't feel isolated.
No, no, that's the good thing, and there's always somebody to talk to. Always,
Mhm.
you know, whether you say go to your messenger and type in their name and say, "Hey, can you talk to me a little bit?"
Yeah, that's right.
You
What you doing? Yeah,
know,
exactly. Exactly.
oh yeah, Violet. I know it's very real. I went through it myself. They didn't even know what it was when I went through it. They didn't realize that I had COVID until after I had gotten over it. So
Yeah.
I know exactly where you're coming from, sweetheart. I
I
went,
didn't know you even had COVID. I didn't know that.
yeah, I was real sick. I didn't get online. I didn't do anything. I mean, when you get COVID, let me tell you something. It's horrible. It is. I mean, I was so sick. If it hadn't have been for my husband taking care of me, he didn't have it until after I'd gotten over it. He started coming down with it.
Oh
So
my.
so we had each other to take care of each other. But man, I tell you what, it's been over a year ago since I've had it, and it was back February of last year. Okay, just before they even announced anything about it, and so. Uh, and then when I read that Violet had it and everything, I'm going, oh no. And I didn't know I was even in this world. Okay, I did not even. I went.
What was the date that you had yours?
It was February of last year.
Cuz I swear I don't remember you saying it. You must have not talked about it.
I didn't talk about it. Well, honey,
Okay.
that's what I said. That they didn't. They said that I might have the flu, but I tested positive for the flu. Let me tell you something. I went to the doctor and they tested me for the flu and everything. They said that um, it wasn't the flu, but I'm still having after effects over a
Oh,
year.
I've heard about that too. Yeah.
Over a year later, I'm still having the after effects, and if
Yeah.
I'm mistaken,
Violet was very sick.
Violet is probably still having some after effects too. She hasn't had it more recently than I did.
Yeah. And her husband both had it at the same time.
Well, Susan, I didn't know it was COVID at the time. They told me it was COVID after I done had it.
Well, you're just lucky you didn't end up in the hospital
I tell you what, I'm surprised if
on a
that
ventilator.
I'm
Yeah.
surprised. One of the things that they told me was to take um what do you call that stuff? It's a pill,
Mucus.
Mucinex.
Yeah.
Told me to take Mucinex twice a day.
Yeah.
So um, I took the Mucinex twice a day, and my husband took it twice a day, and that's a lot of how we overcome it. Um,
I think that was smart. Yeah.
was because it kept our lungs going.
Yeah.
Because I'm blessed because the Lord saw me through it and saw
Yeah.
him through it because we both have COPD. I smoked for many years. I fortunately had already quit smoking by the time I got it, but he hadn't. And you talking about it was terrible.
I guess. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Susan, are they okay? Thank you, Cheryl. You want to know firsthand about COVID? Get Violet to tell you what happened to her too.
Yeah.
I have terrible breathing too, Cheryl, but I'm telling you, that kept my lungs clear. Yeah, it's rough. My cousin, she got it, and she passed away from it. Her and her husband had it, and my aunt and uncle had it all at the same time. And they think they got it from the church that they went to.
Oh wow.
So anyway, they didn't social distance at church. Okay, these people hugged each other. But the thing of it is some people showed symptoms and signs of it, other people didn't, and they were carriers and didn't even know they had it.
Right. Exactly.
So I'll be honest with you, I don't know where we got it from. We could have got it anywhere because at that time
Well,
there were no mask mandates, nothing.
right. You could have got it just at the grocery store.
Right. And I went to the grocery.
Violet was a very bad patient too. My husband is not a caretaker type person, and he took wonderful care of me. But at one point, I wanted to throw rocks at him.
In that truth, Violet, I know how you feel. I know how you feel, it's almost as if it made you mean. You don't have to be a violent person, but it makes you mean. You feel so bad. I think that it just totally makes you mean. And my poor honey, he would walk out around outside because I'd be so mean to him. I was so
Joe,
mean.
Joe's idea of taking care of me is, honey, you feeling okay today? Well, I'll be in the backyard if you need me. Like, I can't raise my head off the pillow.
No.
And you're in the backyard,
Believe
and you won't come in till midnight. Oh gosh,
believe me, Joe would have had to be
he's
with
not a
you.
caregiver.
He would have had to care for you. Somebody would have had to care for you. I'm telling you. I was the same way, Violet. I was mean too. I was mean too. And he was mean. When he got it, he got mean. But he wasn't near as mean as I was.
This is me and Teresa. We're working. We're
I'm just,
working, girls.
I'm just chatting right now. I'm not working on anything. My hands gave out on me,
Chat
so
away.
my quilt laying across my.
I'm going to get this done.
Yeah, Joe is a good man.
Yeah, he is, but he
But
doesn't know how to take care of the sick.
Violet's got a good man, and I got a
I'm
good.
just lucky I'm not very sick very often.
Well, I tell you what, Becky, he would have had to take care of you. He couldn't have just been outside all day. He would have had to take care of you if
If
you.
he had to, yeah, he would. And I do get my shot next Tuesday. I'm signed up. I got an appointment.
Yep, yep. I still have memory issues too. I
Oh,
can barely remember being mean to her. I can barely remember lifting my head off the pillow. I can remember him taking me after about the third day of me being sick. He took me to it was on a Saturday. He took me to the urgent care,
oh yeah.
and he told me. I said I was sick for about 3 days for I would go, and he told me, he said, "No, baby, you were sick for 2 weeks
Uh
before
huh.
you would go to the doctor." And I'm going, "Oh goody." He's telling me, "No, honey, it was more like 2 weeks that you were sick before you went to that doctor." And he gave me a steroid pill and a shot, but he couldn't give me much. He said, "Really and truly, what you got, it's not going to help it." He says, "But I'm going to try it anyway." And so he gave me some kind of a shot. I can't tell you what it was. And he gave me steroids. And um, my doctor had told me when my lungs started clogging up, felt like to go ahead and take Mucinex.
Yeah.
So I started on Mucinex, and I tell you, for several months after I was up and about, I was still taking Mucinex just so I could breathe.
Oh boy, I am seeing the light. Got three more. I can do it. I can do it.
Oh, it sounds like you getting all warm and fuzzy now, Violet. Now, once you get that book made, Beth, what are you gonna do with it?
I'm going to look at it every day. I've got a box of books that I have collection of books that I've made, and that's probably where we'll go. I'll keep it out here for a little while.
Yeah, it's nice to be warm and fuzzy, huh? Instead of hot and mean. It's good to be warm and fuzzy instead of hot and mean. But yeah, I remember very well being mean, and thinking, why am I being like this? Why am I feeling this way? And it's like I thought I was losing my mind. I really did. I thought I was losing my mind because I don't know. I mean, he'd come in and say, "Baby, you want something to eat?" And I'd fuss and tell him no. I just want him to leave me alone. I'm just grateful he didn't leave me alone because I'd have probably died. But my husband's a good man and he stood by me for a long time. Be 39 years this the next week.
Well, that's good. That's a good record.
39 years next week.
This is how I'm picking out my stamps. I open my book, and that's the I pick a stamp from this page. That's how I'm picking my stamps.
Yeah, no, you don't. If you had that stuff, you don't know. You don't know why you're grouchy. It just happens. You feel so bad, I guess, and you just want everybody to feel bad around you. I guess I don't know, but yeah. But I'm a grouch anyway. What can I say? They couldn't really tell a big difference in me.
Oh, Teresa.
Ma'am, I'm teasing. I'm only a grouch if somebody makes me a grouch, or if I don't feel good.
Or somebody crosses you the wrong way, right?
Thank you, Susan. We love you too. I tell you what, if you feel that bad and you're grouchy, it's a wonder anybody can love you. It's a mess, I tell you. Mm. Oops. I hope my dinner hadn't burned.
Well, you better go check it.
I've been sitting right here just not even thinking about it. I'll be back.
Check your dinner, please. Maybe I'll have these pages done when you get back.
I'll be back.
Let's see what stamp I get for this one. Same page. Oh, let's flip a page. We'll just put a whale on it. All right, last one. Let's put some glue down on this. It's almost 10 o'clock. I've been working on this all night long. I hope you guys I hope you guys haven't been too bored. I hope I haven't been too bad. It's been interesting. And let's see. One. I need one of these. Ooh, those scissors would be cute on there. Well, I think I got some of that paper there. Which one am I missing? The letters? The music. I'm missing the music. Let's try that. And last but not least, a sticker. Got tons of paper left over. Oh, let's see here. I've been going for the ones in the middle, so I might as well take the wolf. The fox. It's a fox. Well, that's where it's going to stick. That's where it's stuck. That's where it is. Hi, guys. Well, hi, Lila. Haven't seen you in a while. Hi, girly. How you doing? You all doing okay tonight? Everybody doing okay in the chat? As soon as these dry, I can. I think I'll varnish them.
Okay, y'all, I gotta go. My honey's hollering, let's eat.
Okay. I'm gonna get
Okay.
off. I'm gonna get off pretty soon. So I'll see you. I'll see you in the chat somewhere.
Yeah, for you it's 10 o'clock, Beth.
I know it.
So you're running behind. We've had a good time tonight, haven't we?
We have. Thank you for coming on with me, and I'll talk to you in the chat room, in the messenger. Thank you, Teresa.
We'll see you later.
Bye, baby. I like what I have done to my pages. Very, very much. So, what I'm going to plan on doing next is I've got some gloss varnish, and there's one more stamp, and I snapped it. What I want to do next is I gotta let some of them dry, and I want to gloss varnish them, and then I'm gonna let them dry again. And I did buy some new gloss varnish, but it's not this Duraclear. I bought another kind, and it was I got it on at one of the I got it on Walmart.com, and it was at one of those craft shops that they had. And I got this a new varnish. But anyway, I'm gonna put it on the napkin side, the varnish, and then I'm going to inspect everything. I think everything's going to be fine. I think I'm done with that, and then Thursday I will bind it together, and I'm going to probably put at least 3 or 4 holes. I'm going to use wire I'm going to use the garden wire from the garden department in the type of wire is I'm going to use, and it's going to go through the holes, and there's going to be beads on the wire in between pages and stuff and on along the spine. So it's going to be wrapped around by hand, and it's going to have beads put on by hand, and this will be, and it'll still open up. So that'll be it for that I know of on this. Oh, you like the Liquitex matte medium or the golden matte medium? I have tried to find the golden matte medium, and it never comes up. Uh, they must always be wherever I looked must have been out of it, and I think it was at Blix. But anyway, here are some of my pages, and they're still wet with glue, and I will. Uh, I'm just going to have to let these dry, and I'm going to go over them with the varnish. And there's napkins on the other sides. Um, and they were my Happy Mail napkins, and I had exactly enough to do 10 pages. So that was good. That was real good. So, but these are going to be, it's a cardboard box journal. It's a junk journal, kind of a cardboard box journal. And I used on this side, of course, the back side has the napkin, and on this side has some of the scrapbooking paper. I picked 4 different pieces out, and I tore them in different directions, and I inked them in different inks. Hi, Melissa. And so that's why there's a variety. This one's trimmed in red. This one's trimmed in green, and this one's trimmed in blue. So that's why the variety, you got a little bit of color. And these stickers that came out of my sticker book, really, they have the same color scheme on these. So I really like the color scheme that I've chosen. And I put a stamp on each one and a sticker. So they all look really cool. I like them. I've never done anything like it before. It's going to be stinking cute. You got that right, Lila. It's going to be stinking cute. And then, but they're all going to go together, and the tallest one will go in the back, and the shortest one will be on top. And I'm going to do a wire bead binding. So yeah, cute, 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 all the way. So, and here's one more over here. So I love it. All my stickers, I just opened the book and picked that sticker. That's exactly how I chose the picker. The stickers were just random, and I love that sticker book. So I think it's a go. So I can glue tomorrow and let them dry real good. And then Thursday I'll bind it online with you guys. I'll show you how to bind it. And we are going to do felting Thursday, and we're going to use our cookie cutters. So if you've got any felting supplies, get them out Thursday, and we'll do felting together. And in the meantime, that's all I know. So you guys have a good evening and a good day tomorrow. And if you need me, you can always message me. He did okay, Sue. No symptoms, no side effect. Joe has both shots. I get mine Tuesday. I get my first one Tuesday. I have to mend a pile of blue jeans for a friend. Replace the zipper. Okay. Just undo it all. Put that zipper in. Yep. Yeah, we'll have felting Thursday. And I wanted to paint a picture tonight, but and I had a couple of pictures picked out. Uh, Where's the end? I had something like this picked out, and something like this picked out, and I had this picked out. I thought that would be just fun and easy and just quick. I think that would be like really super quick. And I had this guy picked out. I thought he'd be cute to make sometime. So maybe we'll get to do one of these Thursday. There's an Easter egg. I think an Easter egg would look cute if I did one like this and used scrapbook paper and do all the stripes in different color kind of papers. And I thought that was pretty. So so I downloaded some new pictures. So we got some new. We're going to felt and paint. I just thought they were adorable. I downloaded a bunch. So we got a lot of pictures to choose from. So anyway, think I think we're okay. So that's all I know. That's all I know. So anyway, um, I guess I could take a picture of some of these, a little group picture. So I'll post that. And what else did I do tonight? I used my Happy Mail on. My Happy Mail was on my the paper napkins. So that's it. I'll post that and we'll be done. I'll go ahead and do it now so I won't forget. Working on my cardboard book. And some photos and done. So there it is. So that's good. They all look really good. So I'm going to say goodnight. Okay. Oh, Susan signed up for her shot 2 times, but nobody called you for it. I signed up, just to let you know, mine was through the state. I went to Florida.org, and my shot was signed up through Florida.org, and then it went through, you had to fill out some information and the county, and mine went to Volusia County, and then I put my zip code in, and so they knew where to schedule me, and it was the same place that Joe went to get his, so he'll take me. He wants to take me to get my shot. So, but it is about a half hour away, so we'll go out and run around. So thank you guys. We did have a fun evening, and I will see you guys in the chat room. That's why I did Beth. Okay. Oh, thank you guys, and I'll see you. Good night.